Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for the Americas Conference. Again, I'm Ash, your host here for this weekend, and it's been an incredible past 2 days here for OWWC, but we're going to wrap up week 1 today. And to do so, I've got to introduce the first set of casters we'll be seeing, that being Phil and oh my god, I started thinking about Big Hungry Phil, like your full name, and then I was like Billy at the same time. But it's a lot. It's been a lot today. Billy, how are you feeling?
Doing good. It's match day number 3. And we're going to start to really shape up how these groups are heading into the final weekend of our qualifications.
Yeah.
I'm not going to hold it against you, Ash. There's a B in Big Hungry Phil, there's a B in Billy. I can understand smashing them together, but super excited to be here. It might only be 4 today, but rest assured, I am going to make the most of it.
Absolutely love to hear the vibes here. And I guess if we did make you guys like a duo's name, it really wouldn't be too different from either of your current names if we really think about it. But we do have to focus back on towards OWWC right now. We're going to check out Group A. And when it comes down to these standings, Phil, I want you to walk me through what this means for some of these teams.
Well, I think looking at this generally, we maybe see something we could have predicted before this group stage had even started, which is USA at top. The thing that is surprising really is that Canada are currently 1 map down, and so they are sat at the bottom of the table. So what that really means is, given that Canada have only got that 1 game under their belt, it is still wide open for them. And in fact, really for anybody in this sort of middle 4 portion of the table, right? Puerto Rico, Mexico, Costa Rica, Canada, they all still have room to play with. It is looking a little harder for Guatemala to start to bridge the gap here. Not impossible, but a little bit tricky.
No, that is for sure. And while we're taking a look at Group A as well, I want to talk about one of the MVPs that we were looking towards from day 2, that being Aspire there, Billy. He had a standout performance on the Tracer.
I mean, just world class. And the fact that they put Aspire in over Hydron on the Tracer, because we know Tracer is one of Hydron's top 3 heroes. The fact that Aspire did so well and just basically overperformed, in my estimation, really putting the team on his back when there was a little bit of trolling going on during Numbani. Aspire took it seriously and made sure, it did the best they could. They ended up losing the map to Mexico, so map differential might come into play, maybe not for the USA, but for Mexico. That extra map win that they've got might have some serious consequences down the line.
I think just to move back to specifically talking about Aspire, this was maybe another one of those foregone conclusions in the way that we expect America to be at the top of the group. We kind of expect Aspire to be a big part of that. Whilst he's not always been given the respect he deserves at Overwatch League, I think if you watch his consistency over the past couple of years, there's a really strong argument for him to be one of the standout DPS in the entire group.
Absolutely, and we did just glaze over Group B there as well. I want to give a shout out over towards Ram for Chile and then Ludwig for Brazil. Give them that respect. But before we touch too much on those 2 players, we also have to take a look over towards the schedule for today. And when it comes down to the matches that we're seeing here, Phil, I just want to know, we know that specifically Costa Rica and Canada and then Peru versus Argentina are going to be pretty big matches to look out for, on top of the USA versus Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they really are, I think, and with a lot of implications for the standings. We didn't really get a chance to talk specifically on Group B standings because we were busy singing Aspire's praises. But this is another group where there is a lot of room to move in the middle. Argentina and Peru currently stand at 0-1 and 0-2 apiece here. So this is the chance for both of them to get on the board. And for Peru, it's kind of do or die here. If there isn't a match win for them here, that slightly puts paid to their progress through the group stages.
That's a really big shout and something important to consider. And that's also the story also for the Guatemalan side there, Chef Billy.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking to bounce back. They've had a bit of a rough go here in the early part of Group A, and Guatemala. I mean, they're a young team, and they're looking to get into the American collegiate scene. So I think that for them, proving themselves, getting this international competitive experience is going to do them worlds of good. It goes great on a resume too if you're trying to get into a college to try out for a team. That doesn't hurt at all. So we'll see how this is actually going to play for them. And talking about Group B, I mean, there's only 2 teams that will qualify through from Group B, and you've got Ecuador and you've got Brazil that are both 2-0. So I mean, with 3 games to play for both of them. That's going to be difficult. That's going to be difficult to unseat them, especially with how both those teams have been playing.
No, absolutely. When it comes down to this particular matchup, I think that it's no contest really that Ecuador are going to be the underdogs going into this match versus Brazil there, Phil.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, what Ecuador have here is a little bit of a time capsule. I was struck by this looking at the Brazil roster. It's been now a few years since we had a tier 2 scene in any official capacity in the South America region. But if you look at who's on Brazil, it's like we froze those players in time. Players from War Pigs and Daysay, and I believe the last player that isn't from either of those teams is from Dignity. And we just froze them in 2020, defrosted them here now for the Overwatch World Cup, and from what we've seen so far, they have not missed a step. So Ecuador are really going to have to step up if they want to put another point on the board.
All really great shouts there overall. It's going to be really interesting seeing what this roster is able to do, and especially up against such a monster like this Brazilian squad. But overall, yesterday we did see Ecuador go head-to-head versus Colombia there. Chef Billy, can you walk me through how that matchup went?
It was pretty one-sided, to be quite honest. Colombia just had their way with the Ecuadorians. There was a bit of disenfranchised look to them. They just didn't seem to have the cohesion that you were looking for from the top 2 teams in this group. And I think that it's just, once again, it's younger players, and not only younger players, but also less time together, less synergy that they've been playing in their regions together. Sure, they're probably playing in their local leagues there in Ecuador, but for the most part, they don't have that same years-long history of playing together and being able to read their plays just based upon where they're positioned at on the map.
No, for sure. And then now also looking into this map selection here, Lijiang Tower being the first pick up in this best of 3 series. Overall, Phil, like Chef Billy was just talking about, it was very individualistic play coming out from this Ecuadorian squad. So what would you say that you're looking for them to pull out on this control point?
In terms of composition, we've seen a few things across the matches, across the different regions. Lijiang Tower in particular, I think is very well suited for the kind of rush style of gameplay that we've seen, specifically Control Center. I believe for the most part in this region, we've seen the Ramatra variant of that. And that puts a lot of pressure on DPS, because whilst over a period of time the Ramatra can output a lot of consistent damage, really it's down to what you pair with that, whether it's a Tracer, a Sombra, a Hanzo, a Mei, whatever, to find the frags around that Ramatra and then capitalize on that to build early ults and start to snowball those fights.
But we're not going to have to wait too much longer to see what both Ecuador and Brazil have to go and take into Lijiang Tower. Phil, Billy, take it away.
More than happy to. Starting out on Lijiang, and Billy, this feels like old ground for us. It feels very much like we very seldom get a match where we don't see Lijiang Tower as the starting map here. So what are we expecting, do we think? We spoke about the brawl here, possibly the Ramatra variant. You may be a little bit more familiar with these teams and what they're running than I am. Do we think that's true to form?
I think that the Ramatra rush right now is keen. And I think for good reason, because you have so much sustain, you have the damage mitigation of the Nemesis form. We saw yesterday a couple of times where a Death Blossom went in behind the Nemesis form and basically was unkillable. So Brazil here going to come out with that Ramatra rush. And I mean, once you get the Symmetric Teleport out of the way, Svenko going to go back over to the Reaper.
Yeah, should be able to get back in nice and quickly with the mobility tech that the Reaper has. For Ecuador, oh, okay, this is interesting. Ecuador have come out of the gates with something unusual, but I think have seen this and are going back for a wholesale swap here. Okay, the Diva, Sombra, and Tracer. Very interesting, Billy.
Yep, I mean, they're looking at an aerial threat, so they decided that they need to go a little bit more receptive and a bit more damage mitigation. And Dalka yesterday and the first day had fantastic performances on this Diva, dismantling Frack. This is huge coming out from Brazil.
Oh, that's really unfortunate. Emiliox out very early. That's what the Hack from the Sombra can do. It completely shuts down the Doomfist. Jor-El falls at the hands of Ludwig, already on fire. And really now this is just cleanup for Brazil. Ecuador may have come out with something that threw Brazil through a loop initially, but boy, they adapted fast.
They really did. I mean, Nobito just needs to go down and quit feeding over ult charge. Just accept your death on the streets below. But I mean, the immediate response from Brazil, they don't care. They're going to play to win. They're going to go with what best counters the opposition that are coming into them. So now you're looking at a pulse bomb into this next fight for Brazil. Nothing other than a Suzu to protect them.
Oh, and of course, you've got the Tracer paired with the Sombra. That means they were looking for the shutdown there on Cairngorm. The Pulse Bomb found Emiliox. Cairngorm will eventually go down here, and a tank and a support out of the way. That's Ecuador back to spawn to maybe give this another think.
And XL was actually somebody that we had targeted as an MVP candidate for this Brazilian team, and I mean, Los Jugadores.
Too late here, and unless Ecuador can get something done inside the next 10 seconds, that's going to be night market done and dusted. EMP out, Cairngorm, Tamanu already down here. Nobito is able to find a kill here. Ludwig down. I just don't think it's going to be enough, Billy.
No, it's not. I mean, they've got the touch with the meteor strike. Emiliox is on the point, but that's going to do it right there. Self-destruct's going to come out, and if anybody did try to get there, it was going to be pretty null and void, Phil.
An unfortunate case, Billy, of having the touch but not having the power. A very clean round there for Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, it was comprehensive. You know, I mentioned it once, I'll mention it again. If you see something that you don't like with the composition you've got, go back and swap, and that's exactly what they did. Now as we head into the brawling map here of Control Center, we might see Svenko actually stay on the Symmetra here. We did see it happen during day one, but Ecuador, they're going in with a Mei and a Sombra. So, I mean, a little bit extra utility here for Ecuador. We'll see if they're able to or finish on the back of these manual hacks coming out of Nobito.
Yeah, interesting that we've swapped roles as well as it was Jor-El coming through in on the on the Sombra last time, but Brazil with the TP been able to get in early and really start to gum up the works. Quick turn ahead, and Ludwig finds Nobito, and now it's time to just move on up, throw what he can down the choke and push Ecuador down. Brazil with a very convincing early fight win. The point is not even unlocked yet, Billy.
I mean, that's just the power of this Ramasha Rush. You can get in there, you can use the Nemesis form with the speed boost just to walk on top of Ecuador, and that's exactly what happened. Nobito now over to the Cassidy, so they're looking to use the hindrance of the newly reworked magnetic grenade, or the flashbang, or the magnetic grenade. You can just yeet it and get some value out of it.
You can, so look out for Nobito with the no-yito. Instead, Ecuador make the rotation up through the upper part of the level here. Ice Wall splits them off nicely, but Dalka is still in the Nemesis form and bullies Ecuador back towards the Brazilian side of the map here. Looking for initial kills, haven't got much so far, it's just the immortality field down for now, but Brazil, now that they have some cooldowns back, start to press the issue a little bit further here. And out comes the Riptide. We also get the wall out, so a little bit safer now for the Riptide, a little bit delicate to navigate its way around the point. It's low and slow, but in comes the finishing blow. The main taken out of the equation here for Ecuador, and another clean fight win with team kill gone for Brazil.
Kind of expensive though. I mean, you do put your photon barrier and the Riptide out, so I mean, they wanted to make sure they secured the win. They're going to go in with the Coalescence on the backside.
Wow, okay. Flank Moira, best Moira, it turns out, and that is 2 easy breezy kills out for Brazil. We are just north of 60% here on the point for capture for Brazil, and they are not letting Ecuador anywhere near that point.
I mean, this is dirty. This is dirty play from Brazil.
Oh,
I'm giving them a yellow card for that flank Moira Coalescence, but now you've got the Annihilation and the sound barriers are crossing 85%. Ecuador needs to do something. It's going to have to start with this blizzard.
It's got to be a massive blizzard here. That's the start you want if you're Brazil, though. The Annihilation comes out, Nobito Tamano down. We've had one punch back from Ecuador, but it's just not been enough here. There's too much damage coming out of that Ramatra. 99% no touches, and that is Brazil with a quick 2-0 on Lijiang Tower.
Wow. That was 200-0 and very fast indeed. And it's on the back of the support play. I mean, Karen Gorm, XFEL just getting so much work done with the Moira. I mean, the burst potential of this healer. You saw it, a very fastly charged Coalescence, and they used it aggressively. Brazil is feeling very aggressive, and when they are feeling aggressive, that is when teams need to take stock of this team.
I think we can talk a little bit about the kind of composition that we first saw coming out from Ecuador, right? With the Doomfist, the Sombra, the Pharah. It is a thing that harkens back a little bit to kind of your Chengdu Hunters, your sort of general Chinese Overwatch, right? Of it's very punchy, it's very flashy, but everybody in that composition needs to be absolutely at the top of their game to really make that work. And it is a less efficient strategy than running something like the Ramatra Rush. And I wonder if we're seeing from Ecuador here just a little bit of not setting themselves up for success properly, right? Not running an optimal composition.
I mean, maybe it's comfort picks. I mean, they're on the big stage here. Maybe they're just leaning into what makes them feel more comfortable. But I mean, if they would have been able to work with this flying punch, as I call the composition with a Pharah coming in with a Doomfist, I think that they get the work done. But the fact that you see Svenko go over to the Sombra, which they have had very good success with here in the first couple of days, it just completely negates the Doomfist pick. And at that point, you need to be switching. And there was too much rigidity here from the Ecuadorians.
Yeah, I think when you are playing an opponent that can look at your comp on paper and go, oh yeah, okay, I see what they're trying to do here, so let's just take 2 seconds, go back, swap our comp, and then shut you down. That has to be a signal to flex what you're doing, right? Comfort picks are one thing, but you've got to really think at this level of play on this kind of stage about efficiency of composition, about appropriateness of composition. And it's great that we saw, as we came over onto Control Center, that kind of pickup, right? You know, we saw the Ramatra Rush in a couple of different styles. So clearly they have this in their wheelhouse. Hopefully we can see them start to perfect this over the course of the next week of the Overwatch World Cup.
I mean, Dalka being day one MVP is already putting their name down on the script to come out with another MVP for Brazil. But I think that XFEL keeping everybody alive, keep them super sturdy. I mean, the aggressive Coalescence aside, the fact that they and Nile on the main support really did get the work done, and the burst healing was just too darn good for Brazil. That's where I think that if Ecuador is going to have any kind of success, they've got to be targeting the back line. They've got to get XFEL off the pitch.
And that comes again down to the conversation about what is a comfort pick, because, you know, classic ways to shut down specifically the value a Moira brings rather than the Moira themselves is to run the Ana and be liberal with those anti-healing grenades, the biotic grenades, right? Because other than survivability and unfortunately ability to get into the back line and find unwary supports and generate kills, that is what the Moira brings to the table. If you can shut that down, you pretty much force your opponent to swap off the Moira, because other than that, what are you going to do? When your bulk healing is gone, what use are you on the Moira?
I mean, XFEL has a pretty dirty Ana themselves. We saw it on Ilios, especially Lighthouse harkens back to me the long distance scoped in shots to make sure that Dalka was alive. Also being able to take care of themselves. That's why XFEL is so good, is that they are able to take care of themselves. Healer, heal thyself. Healer frag out too, and that's what XFEL was doing on day one. So really, I think that Lubick, Dalka, Svenko, I mean, any one of these players could be an MVP of the day. I just think XFEL has that X factor that gets the work done.
Okay, so we know where your vote lies. We'll keep an eye on performance for XFL over the remaining map. Because, of course, remember, in terms of format, this is just a first of two, best of three, however you want to square that math. So for Ecuador, they need to put a point on the board in this next map, which will be their map choice, if they want to stay in the series and give themselves a chance of getting another point on the overall standings for the group.
I mean, they need to get the goose egg on. I think that's the first. I think that's the first order of business, because they didn't play match day one. So yesterday was their introduction into Group B, and now today they're going up against another powerhouse. I mean, they get their hard. Hey, at least they get their hard matches out of the way right out the gate, Phil. Yeah. So they got two more coming down the line, and I think that, you know what, even based upon what I saw yesterday to today, when they played against Colombia yesterday, it was like marbles everywhere. Today, there's a lot more cohesion from this Ecuadorian squad, so they're learning on the fly, and it's a constant learning process for them. Super proud of them.
Yeah, and this comes back a little bit to the conversation we were having at the top of the show about the fact that there hasn't been an official South America Tier 2 region now for I believe it's 3 years. 2020, I think, was the last time we had contenders in that region. We were actually lucky enough to sit down with some of the managers and coaches from a couple of different South American teams. So we know that there are like local regional tournaments that are run so people can kind of keep their hand in. But the level of competitive play isn't there. And so there are entire countries and regions here that for one reason or another just haven't had the chance to get that like focused grind and coaching and practice that comes of being in a contender's region, right? So if it occasionally sounds like we're talking down about these players, it's not. It's acknowledging that there hasn't been the opportunity for them. Here's hoping that this is the start for them. And on to our second map of the day, Billy. It's going to be Circuit Royale.
Oh boy, this is a difficult matchup. Now, I think what they're trying to call out here is, does Dalka have the Sigma in their hero pool, and what kind of snipers will we see out of Svenko and Ludwig? We'll see that coming up. I'm looking for Nobito. Nobito was showing that they do like the hit scan. So I would expect them probably to pull out the Widowmaker here. And see what their compatriot can do, either on a Hanzo or a Sojourn, just depending on what kind of comfort they have. I think the Hanzo is the better pick for shield break potential, and also, of course, with the Sonic Arrow, you get the vision. You're able to see the approach coming from your opposition.
Yeah, I think it's an underrated combo, generally on the ladder rather than at higher levels, but the combo that Hanzo Sonic Arrow with any big one-shot ability gives you cannot be overrated. It does look like we might not be getting anything like that here from Brazil. I believe we have Ecuador on the defense to start with, and Brazil currently running something a little wonky.
Well, Brazil really on the defense here.
My apologies.
Yeah, no worries. I do it all the time. The colors confuse me. By the way, love the aesthetics of the World Cup, getting their own identity, apart from the Owl League skins and also from contenders, the green and the white. So Brazil looking to catch aggression from the on high. Ludwig will be looking for that work on the top. And yep, they're already up in the sky. Well, Ludwig's going to go down.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misstep there from Ludwig. So early opening here for Ecuador as they start to move forward, and Brazil realized that they kind of maybe need everybody there with them to make this work, and so they are back-pedaling here. We saw Niall use the grasp there to bring Dalka back into range. Hack comes through, Dalka able to step nicely to the side, but currently there's nobody really checking Nobito here. So Nobito has a lot of ground that they can cover, and that is a lot of damage going the way of Dalka. Nobito again back out of damage range, Ludwig's back, and that is Emilio out of the fight now, and we see what happens once the Sigma disappears from proceedings.
Well, I mean, direct's coming through hard and heavy here from Nobito, already 2/3 of the way towards Barrage. They're going to have to deal with the turret at some point. I don't know if they've actually seen Svenko's turret yet, but Ludwig is just really peppering in. Well, yeah, Nobito finally gets that turret out. So, I mean, now it's a go button for them. Now they need to press forward on top of this.
They're just not going to get the chance. So Emilio has made the swap onto the jungle. I mean, try and close the gap, but they're down already. Cairngorm as well. And so far, this defensive setup from Brazil, as interesting as we might euphemistically call it, has really paid dividends for them.
I mean, they're just going in on the back of Dalka and Ludwig. I mean, they've closed the gap. They're claiming all the space that they care to take. Horel going over to the Sombra now, and Cairngorm is out on the Zenyatta. So Discord Orb going to play a heavy factor here, and really it's going to make Dalka's life that much harder.
It is, but that's also the good thing you can get from the Zenyatta is early opening frags. So they now find themselves without a Torbjorn, without a Torbjorn's turret, and Ludwig gets hacked out of the deflect, has to continue to backpedal here. Holding around this corner for now will allow them to just buy a little bit of time, wait for Svenko to get back in and bolster the conversation. Ooh. This might be difficult here for Emilio. Dalka does have the ultimate, throws it in right into the back line, does have the commanding shout, so can start to close the gap. Finds one, Cairngorm down already. Eyes up the second support, and down they go. And this is a house of dominoes now tumbling for Ecuador here. So Brazil may have lost a player at the start of that, but it just did not matter.
I mean, can you be serious right now? That is a 2-person rampage and a 3-player kill, and they got it done. On the back of just that one ultimate. I guess they put the tree out as well from Nile in the back line to make sure everybody was nice and sturdy there, but now you're looking at Blade right out the gate.
Ooh. And sadly, Cairngorm not quite far enough along the road to generate that ultimate, but out comes the rampage and down goes Ludwig. Another fight here where Ecuador start down to play it, but take out an enemy support. Horel now down here for Ecuador as we approach the 1 minute and past the 1 minute mark here. And this could be a long, slow stagger onto Emilio. 50 seconds left on the clock for Ecuador.
I mean, they emptied their old thing. So that's the good part here for Ecuador. They're going to have the Transcendence. They're also going to have the EMP coming into this fight. I would like to see a little bit of change from Nobito. They're going to bring the Echo out. So burst damage from the stickies and the ability to focus down with the beam. No!
Yeah, Brazil playing right up against the spawn doors here. Tamano was able to find Cairngorm, bring them back into the fight. They now have the Transcendence online. It might need to be used for an aggressive push, but it's too late. No. I'm wrong. Emilio finds Dalka here. This is a phenomenal opening, and now they can start to move forward. They finally have the wind in their sail. Brazil look to slow things down here. They pop in the tree, momentarily slowing Ecuador as they push through, but they are continuing to find scrappy kills here for Ecuador. The payload in danger of making some serious progress now, but we are in overtime now, Billy, and Ecuador need to make something happen. They have support ults, and that is all they have for now.
I mean, you're coming up close on the Rampage and the Molten Core, so I mean, if they can stay nice and alive right now, Cairngorm's going to be forced to use the Transcendence, then it's going to be game over for Ecuador.
Tamano starts things off here with the Valkyrie. Should make things a little bit easier for Ecuador to round this corner. We will see the Molten Core kind of countered here by the Transcendence. Not classical interactions here, but that should allow Ecuador to start to move forward a little bit. Ludwig and Zell and Svenko all find kills in the fight. They move Ecuador off the cart, and that is as far as Circuit Royale as we will be going here today, Billy.
I mean, compositional differences. I mean, there was opening picks, but it was always answered by Brazil in the neutral. And that's what you want to see when you're down a player. Sometimes the individual player has to come out and make a play. And, I mean, Ludwig, you know, even though they seem to go down first in a lot of these defensive fights for Brazil, gets back and gets the value with the deflect. The mobility was something that Ecuador could not deal with. So I think here going into their defensive stand, I mean, only 80 meters was gained by Ecuador. So that's, you know, a fight and a half, especially with the pace that Brazil is showing us right now. I would highly expect to see Ludwig go up high and look for a shot with a Widowmaker. They are going to go ahead and opt into this sniper look here coming out on their offense. Nobito was getting the work done after the Echo swap, but they didn't have the opportunity to get in on top of the players with the focusing beam once they dropped below that 50% health and really focus them down. I hate to say it, but I mean, they played the Lifeweaver and the pedals, the platforms, taking their teammates out of danger. I've never seen it in competitive play, honestly, other than, you know, some trolling. That was actually very well played from Nile.
It was, and I think Brazil did not play this perfectly. I don't think they were trying to play this perfectly. So Ecuador do have some openings here, and what I'd like to see from them is capitalizing on those openings. I think we kind of have to admit this is a difficult situation for Ecuador, but this is exactly what I'm talking about. Brazil are playing in a very laissez-faire style here, and that will allow Ecuador to find kills and slow things down here for Brazil.
I mean, laissez-faire Brazilians in this economy? Yeah, of course. I mean, all I can think of is Ipanema right now and just that laid-back beach culture. I mean, they're looking for Jorel on the back line, has to translocate out. I mean, this is going to start the beginning of what I think is the end here for Ecuador.
Yeah, difficult to hack a Bastion, does not come out of that turret floor when the hack comes through, and a lot of damage really gets you out of the fight pretty quickly. Dalka able to find the double here, one with the roll through, one with the power driver, one with the primary fire for good measure. And Jorel down here. I believe we've still got Emilio with a bit of overhealth on the grasp here, but they may find themselves staggered out here as the car hits 70 meters. Dalka may go down here, but the presence, the forward positioning here is just too much for Ecuador to deal with. It's a Brazil sweep, Billy.
I mean, XFL pulled the Glock out, by the way, in defense of Dalka there along the chicane corner. Oh man, I mean, Brazil are feeling it right now. They go to 3-0 on the week. This is exactly what they were looking for, and now they're going to have a nice rest. I mean, they'll come back on Friday with a 3-0. Well, gosh, their standings right now, 3-0. I mean, there's nothing better you can do. And we're going to bring Ash back in to see what she thinks of how we got to where we're at right now.
Okay, I think what was really cool, at least, about that matchup is Brazil coming in with the innovation, pulling out the Life Weaver, something that we really haven't been seeing here in competitive Overwatch there, Phil.
It is, and I think I have to be measured in my response and not sound like I am talking down to players here. Innovation is a very nice way of playing that. Really what this is Brazil being so confident that they are the better team in the lobby that they can kind of run whatever they like. Yes, Lifeweaver did just receive a whole suite of changes, but the Lifeweaver playstyle I think is either not understood or just doesn't have a place in competitive play. What this is Brazil putting on a bit of an exhibition as to what they can play, what's in their roster.
It's making them look like a very, very scary team to beat here within their group there, Billy. And at least for the Ecuadorian squad, that means that they're going to have a tougher run going into week number 2.
I feel bad for them, but I think there's a lot of positives that you can take away from this matchup against Brazil. I think, you know, the cohesion and the synergy working a lot better. They were moving in on targets. They were able to, you know, deal with some of these ultimate combos that came through. I think Cairngorm has a very good Zenyatta, and that should be something that they look at as they move forward.
No, for sure. And the other thing that we have to think about as well is, at least for Brazil, looking at the fact that they are now 3-0 within their standings. Group B only has 2 spots available there, Phil. And right now, Brazil, Colombia, both looking like those top contenders for them.
Unfortunately, that's the case. 2-0 after 3 days of play, and of course, Colombia and I think Colombia with 3 games left to play. Brazil also with another 2 after today. These are the top 2 teams in the group. We're really only going to see upset potential, and that's in air quotes, when we see that eventual Brazil Colombia matchup on day 6. So you are going to have to wait quite a while before we get that matchup. Up until then, it is really a battle for 3rd place here for the rest of the group.
Yeah, it's going to be scary, scary things for sure. But Dalka coming in as the MVP here for both the maps that we just saw earlier on. That was over on the Ramatra, now hitting that Junker Queen there, Billy.
I mean, it was perfect. That's a 4K that comes out from the tank player on the back of a 2-person rampage. Then you get the axe swing through, and you pull the Pharaoh out of the sky towards you and get another axe swing. I mean, the combos. I mean, the tech is too good from Dalka. I mean, not only main tank play, but also now, I mean, the off tanks seem to be the forte of Dalka. We've seen the Sigma, we've seen Junker Queen, who I guess you can call a main tank, but the Diva is extremely good. I think that's their signature hero. So, I mean, definitely one of those, what we would call back in Overwatch 1, a flex tank, able to play both roles extremely well.
Yeah, Phil, you were talking about how this Brazilian squad looked frozen in time as far as pulling them into 2023 with the history that they have together. And so far, throughout this past weekend, at the very least, I know you're just joining us here today. It doesn't look like they have slowed their roll whatsoever. However, guys, we do have some more matches to look out for here for the remainder of the Overwatch World Cup for week number 1. So we're going to throw to a quick little break, and right afterwards, we'll be back with Argentina versus Peru. The unshakable Brazil just took a 2-0 over Ecuador, and now that means we're heading over to our second match of the day. It's going to be Argentina versus Peru, and yesterday, actually, we did see Argentina face up against this Brazilian squad. They kept parts of that matchup close there, Chef Billy, but unfortunately just looked a little too disconnected.
I don't know. Is it the Brazil effect? Can we call that a thing now? Because Brazil just seems to make teams scatter. Their aggression, their cohesion, their synergy really does put teams into disarray. So maybe today, as we see Argentina go up against this Peru team, Peru is coming off of a match that they should have won, Ash. I mean, based upon how they played on match day 1 against Brazil, they took maps off of, or they took multiple parts of maps off of Brazil. So then they get skunked by Chile and Ram. That's really what I'm going to be looking at today, is how does Peru bounce back from the second day disaster?
Yeah, I mean, well, you got to give it to the fact that Ram for that Chilean squad went absolutely crazy, right? So it kind of makes it a little bit difficult to answer in return, but looking at this head-to-head between both teams right now, of course, Argentina, they did have one of the days off, which is why we're only seeing them 0-1. Day 2 was actually their first day participating in OWWC Online Qualifiers, so a little bit less known about this team there, Phil.
Yeah, having a slightly more relaxed schedule hopefully means that Argentina have been able to sit back and watch what their opponents are doing. They've obviously had 2 Peru maps to look through and see what kind of compositions they like to run, who the big threats are. Peru obviously don't have quite that level of game footage. We do know, because Billy and I are, I wouldn't say friends with, we are familiar with, we have gotten to speak to on a couple of occasions, Reda, who's the head coach for Team Peru. Like, we know how excited they are for this opportunity and just how much prep work has gone into preparing the team and preparing the region generally for this big competition. So for Peru, we are really looking for them to put that first point on the board and show us what the fruits of that labor has been.
And introducing the Argentinian squad, if you guys missed it yesterday here, we did see, I know we talked about it a little bit already, how they kind of fell apart up against Brazil. There were some glimmers of hope in that situation, but when it comes down to it, Billy, we're really looking at this team to kind of start playing a lot more together overall, especially up against Peru, who did put a really good fight up against Brazil.
I mean, Paik, what was their main support yesterday, and kind of got ran over by Ram in particular, because man, it was pretty rough out there for Peru. Baskerville just seemed to not have the right tank picks up against the compositions that Chile were running. So with Gaspi playing in the tank role here for Argentina, we saw the Orisa come out yesterday. I heard it while I was making my dinner, and I had to look over to see my beautiful girl there on the World Cup stage. Made me extremely happy. But for Peru, this is time for redemption. They're 0-2 right now. They need to get a match win right now in match day 3. Otherwise, I'm going to have to really relegate them down to the bottom of the table and hope that something happens ahead of them. Because, like we said, Colombia, Brazil, they pretty much have the locks on the transfer positions into the main event in fall. It's going to take some kind of a collapse for those 2 teams to give the rest of this group any kind of chance.
That really is the scarier part here, especially as we head over into Ilios, is the fact that for Peru, this is the bigger matchup for them. It's the dictator of if they manage to go 2-1 within their group, or if they end up being the first team going 0-3 there, Phil.
Yeah, again, the stakes here for Peru are, you don't want to say do or die, it's not quite as dramatic as that, but you want to show that you have this competitive fire, that the players representing your region have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with the rest of this broader Americas region, right? we've seen a couple of different looks from Peru over the couple of maps we've seen. We actually saw them play in Ilios yesterday, running variably the Winston dive, the Junker Queen brawl, and it just seemed a little bit discombobulated. So if they have recombobulated themselves, they're in for a really good time here.
Absolutely. So a lot of weight on the Peruvian team. Meanwhile, for Argentina, it's not quite as scary, but of course, every single match counts. So as we head into Ilios now, I'm going to let you both take it away and enjoy this game.
Very kind of you, Ash. Here we are on the sunny shores of Ilios, and the B-roll here getting ready to go in. So Billy, I believe you actually covered the Peru game yesterday. And this looks like a little bit of a repeat of what we saw at the very least from Peru coming out with the Junker Queen.
Yeah, I mean, we're starting out on Ruin, so this is expected. Wow. We'll see how this actually goes. Yeah, I mean, Baskerville has a pretty darn good Ramatra as well, but Gatsby is actually really flashing us this Junker Queen. And based upon what I saw yesterday, they're very willing to go into these engagements and get right up in the face with their opponents.
I guess we'll see what happens when the rubber meets the road, when the axe meets the waiting shield and nemesis form of Baskerville here on the Ramatra. Initially starting out here on board with Walter, slamming in some damage. Have Persona there on the Ash, has a good line of sight here onto Walter, but very difficult to burst down an Echo when they have that Mercy pocket. So for now, Persona momentarily switches targets, eats a couple of stickies here. So whilst they may have turned targets, Walter hasn't. They know that if they can take Persona out of the equation here, life gets a lot easier for them. So for now, both teams jockeying for position, but it's Argentina that have the point presence and get the early cap, and all focus going towards Persona here, and there's no chance they let Rodrigo get that res.
I mean, they had to disappear out of the sign there, and that gives Rodrigo a little bit of a chance to get that res off. But nope, they get out with their lives. But look at Peg right now for Peru. They're already 2/3 of the way towards their nano. Complete swap up here from Peru. So they're taking some pages and they're taking some notes that I threw out there yesterday of recognizing when they're up against a superior comp, they just need to throw the ultimates away if they can and build back up again. And at 30%, that's a great call.
A holdover note from the last match, sometimes swapping even at the cost of ultimates is absolutely the play here. So Peru have made some swaps and they get the opening frag here. Akuno now out of the fight. Persona was very low there for a second, but is back in now. And Chucky receiving a lot of pressure here. Argentina starts to clap back Rodrigo down, but this is getting very checkerboardy over here on the right-hand side here. Argentina are still in control of the point, but Peru are starting to make significant inroads as Baskerville gets the double, the triple, the knife kill to take Chucky out of the fight, and Peru are back in control.
Smart decision-making there from Team Peru. And now, I mean, look, Peg, having almost had that nano up, we'll have Kitsune rush into this fight. So, I mean, you're going to have the cleanse ability as well when we see Gatsby get this rampage up. And actually, Baskerville has passed Gatsby in that old generation, and that was 2 fights.
And even more impressively, Pake has actually surpassed Chucky, having made the swap a good 40% into Chucky's ult charge. A little bit wide there on the pulse from Oracle, so one tool off the board here, but they are going to now start to really, really pressure Baskerville. Gatsby actually gets the ult out first. Baskerville finds the kill with a knife before the ultimate can really do too much damage here. This is huge for Peru. They get this with a couple of ults invested, but Okuno wasn't dealt with there. Okuno actually gets in, brings Gatsby back into the fight. Baskerville pops it over the road, takes Gatsby down, Oracle down here as well. Huge stuff from Peru. A little ropey for a second, but they really grasp that point tight.
I mean, rope-a-dope here from Peru, and they get the full value of that team fight. They invest 4 ultimates into it, but they get the job done. And now they're going to have sound barrier, Phil. So, I mean, what are you looking at here? I mean, the duplicate got nothing. The Rampage really wasn't nicely positioned, and Poke was able to clean it up with one Suzu, completely devaluing the value of that ultimate. So now it's back into the Poke game.
Yeah, and it's Peru effectively playing with a couple of second lives here. There's currently nothing to... Oh, we are just going all in on securing this fight. Rodrigo in early with the sound barrier, and that's going to secure some certainty for Peru to start to get the chase. But Baskerville was caught out of line there and pressured out of it. So now, for Peru, they've got to start to equalize. It's a good start here from Rodrigo on the high ground. Now has Okuno in their sights, knows this kill is vital because it absolutely shuts down any chance of the race here. Really wants this this kill. Akuno is ducking and diving. They go into the waiting arms of Gaspin, who survives and gets the punish onto Rodrigo. Argentina secure the flip at 99.
And I mean, the sound barrier engagement, yeah, it gets you to 99. So Final Fight Territories Persona is about 30% off from EMP. That's going to be the kicker here for this next engagement as we close in on the last fight. Duplicate and the Pulse Bomb ready to go for Argentina. So we're going to see who gets there first. Oracle with a beautiful stick there, might change it, but no, they just whip it.
A little bit predictive there. They assumed that Peru were coming through that room, and it just didn't happen. So the Duplicate is now out from Argentina. Sensible choice here. Picks up the Jungle Queen. Gives a huge amount of sustain, and that ultimate is so good here. But for now, Peru make themselves scarce. They don't give Wolf the chance to get in and find the Duplicate. And it's down now to Oracle to start to really ramp up the pressure. Takes Diego out of the fight for now. We're looking for some follow-ups here as the EMP comes through. Persona gets in with a massive EMP. It takes out Walter. Gaspin's still in this, desperately scrabbling for knife connects, and it just doesn't happen. Instead, it's Persona, Baskerville, and Rodrigo that come in here to start to turn this around. Get the flip at 99, and there's no chance of a touch here from Argentina.
I mean, si se puede, Peru. Wow. They flipped that on its head. And I mean, it was the change at 30% capture for Argentina that they get the job done, Phil. And I mean, wow. Fast ultimate generation, great target focus, Baskerville going ham. This is day one, Peru, that we're seeing now that gave Brazil a lot of headaches there across the 0-2 defeat. But man, I mean, Peru played a whole lot better on day one than they did yesterday. They are out for redemption here, my friend.
They really are, and I really want to focus in on Pope particularly because the swap at 75% towards the Nano, back down to 25 for the Kitsune Rush, and then lapping Chaki is a huge performance. It shows what you can do when you are not being bothered by a Tracer of Rem's tenacity. So, on to Well here. And we're seeing Diego currently split from the rest of Argentina as he wraps around the side. Goes now toe-to-toe with Diego, who had a similar idea. So for now, they give each other a little bit of space and go back to, you know, doing Tracer things, which sometimes includes going for the duel over here on the left-hand side. Who's going to be forced to burn the recall first? I believe that was Oracle first. And in the confusion, away from the Tracer 1v1, Persona finds a massive frag. Yaski taken out of the fight here, but it's just not been enough. Argentina, the DPS in particular, get two massive kills. No supports on the table now for Peru, and Argentina stand a very good chance here of winning out the slow roll of this fight.
I mean, Diego has really got the train of those machine pistols down and ready to go. Chunking players down. Super low, yep, there we go. Poke and Persona getting it done, and we still haven't captured the point yet.
Yeah, this is very tenacious stuff from everybody on the field currently, but it's finally Peru with the sufficient forward pressure to move Argentina away from the point, and it's up into the cleanup phase. Chaki just at the last second TPs out of dodge, and it's Peru starting to rack up that control.
Pulse Bomb and EMP ready to go in this fight, and Argentina are going to have a very difficult time getting on the point. Other than Walter maybe being able to go on an aerial flank, and with Diego in your back line, you don't know it's coming. The Pulse Bomb could be huge.
We've also got the EMP available from Persona, and there's nothing currently on the table to deal with that. Pulse Bomb again goes a little bit wide here for Diego. Not a huge impact of Pulse Bomb so far in this matchup. Duplicate is going to go over to the Tracer, and we're on board now briefly with Diego back. Oh no, that's unfortunate. So Oracle does find the kill here with the Pulse Bomb, but take themselves out. So it's up to Walter on a Tracer of their own to start to bridge the gap. Lands the stick. The teleport is there to take Persona out of that one and find no kills on the back of it. But Argentina get it done here. A lot of spit and metal and grit thrown at this one by Argentina to secure the flip at 60%.
Well, it's not done yet. I mean, we were seeing Hope coming in here just to get the last few seconds of Diego as well. I mean, that's tenacity, and that's a never-say-die attitude in Peru, really showing some heart right now. They're going to have Kitsune Rush and another EMP into this upcoming fight. And the other one, I want to look at the other side real quick. Walter just used the duplicate onto Diego's Tracer. Already over 50% towards the next duplicate.
And bear in mind that there was actually some changes made to the charge rate of that ultimate in the patch before last, so things get a little bit harder for an Echo generally to get those ultimates. Wow, what a response from Rodrigo. A massive rampage out from Gaspin, completely negated by Rodrigo here with the sound barrier. And on the back of that, they just tear Argentina into pieces.
And they get the Kitsune rush out as well. So, I mean, the well is going to be a little bit dry here. Now, the DPS have really been putting in the work here for Argentina, but Pedro, I mean, if Diego lands a pulse bomb here with any kind of success, I think we're looking at final fight territory.
There's the stick, I believe the Suzu or TP cleansed that one. So again, a pulse bomb with not a lot to show for it. In the confusion, however, Rodrigo gets in and finds Gaspi Okuno out here as well. And this is 90% and climbing here for Peru. This is absolutely last fight territory. Argentina are starting to have to make swaps. And it's going to be water picking at the duplicate for a fraction of a second. They were Junker Queen, but that is all that they got. Did find Baskerville on the way out, and now Argentina are starting to come back in and keep this contested. We've seen the tenacity from this team in fights already on this map. They've really got to dig deep and find the reserves to grind this one out if they don't want this to be a 2-0 on Ilios well. Pokes in behind Oracle here, so Peru really starting to open things up now as the final fight continues. It's only 33% for Peru, and Gaspi just able to avoid going into the well here. Billy, this is real gritty stuff from both sides.
Absolutely is. Nobody wants to go down, and Persona takes down the tank. That should signal the beginning of the end. Yep, there it is.
Too much pressure. They forced Chucky off the point. They didn't have a tank to keep that going. But boy, if the last round was a heavyweight against a welterweight boxer, this one is two evenly matched grapplers going toe-to-toe, Billy.
Absolutely. And I think Persona really showing up from yesterday didn't have that much impact on the match versus Chile. And I tell you what, Team Argentina, they're going to have their work cut out for them. But I don't think that we're going 2-0 here. Just based upon if Will has anything to say about what we just saw, we might be looking at finally our first here in the Americas, our first 3-map series.
And to add credence to that, of course, it is the pick of the team that didn't win. So Argentina now get to pick a map that plays into their particular sensibilities. And from what we've seen so far, I don't think that's anything particularly prescriptive. It's not one of those cases where, you know, we have a Reinhardt player or a Wrecking Ball player, so we can kind of make a guess as to where the map is. It's going to be down to what Argentina think that their DPS tank supports can do better than Peru have.
I mean, Gaspi had a couple of rampages that were completely negated by a Suzu coming out from Peru. So, I mean, Rodrigo has really been putting the work in it, and Poke with the sound barrier. I mean, that sound barrier absolutely saves the entire round for Peru. Otherwise, they're all going down there because there's just that one mini pack that they were in that small room with, and Gracie and the Dragon Axe. Yeah, I mean, they should have gone down, but Rodrigo gets everybody with that sound barrier, and they're like, poof, see you later.
Yeah, it's real MVP level performance kind of stuff here from Rodrigo in particular. But I think it's very hard to find fault with anybody in this server so far, right? It's not like somebody had a particularly poor showing. There wasn't any like critical missteps. It's been very close, and it's just kind of down to small differences at crucial moments in things like target focus and cooldown use that are really currently separating these two teams. But the nature of Control is that those mistakes and missteps get amplified, and if they get amplified at the wrong time, then it leads to you getting flipped at 99-99 and unfortunately losing the point.
I mean, Oracle was getting some work done too. I gotta say, their tracer, their tracking with the machine pistols was on fire. I just don't think that they had the reserves and the resources to keep them up. And yeah, as a tracer, you should be looking for those mini packs. But they were trying to get a little bit too much done. I think that a little bit more discipline and going back into the loving arms of your support staff, or finding, you know, a mega or a mini when they're, you know, in critical health range. I think that will stand them in a little bit better stead. So, you know, Argentina really is showing us that they are a team to be reckoned with. I just think that little micro decisions here and there will get them to where they want to be.
I will say I really enjoyed at the start of Ilios 12 that sort of 30-second skirmish between Diego and Oracle over control of that right-hand side of the map, as it was from our perspective there. It's always a really interesting skill-based matchup, the Tracer v Tracer in those situations. Ultimately, it kind of didn't matter because the fight was decided elsewhere, but I've really enjoyed seeing these two go head-to-head, and I hope that wherever we end up going next, we get to see a little more of that tete-a-tete.
I mean, the tete-a-tete is what I live for. I love the chess matches.
That's what they say about you, Billy.
I mean, here's the Rampage. Here's the Rampage coming up right. No, I guess they had already used the Rampage at that point. But, I mean, the fact that Rodrigo and Poke can swap between the two, I guess they swap between the Ana and the Kiriko there. It's not an easy transition. No. And I love the fact that they are flexible enough in their play to be able to take care of this stuff. And like I said, Persona really showing up big here on their Sombra, just getting it done.
Yeah, Sombra is one of these characters where if you aren't finding value, you may as well not be in the lobby. And maybe that sounds a little bit redundant. If you don't find value, you might as well not be in the lobby is basically true of anybody, right? But you really miss the targeted hacks if they're not in the right place. You sure as heck miss the EMPs if they're not, again, in just the right place. So it's a lot of pressure and a lot of responsibility on the back of a Sombra player to really open up and enable what the rest of your team is looking to do. And so we got a little MVP tag here for Persona for that round. Very, very strong performance. I suspect we'll probably see some more of this Sombra play as we move into our next map, as and when we get to that one. So yeah, real kudos here to Persona.
I mean, based upon what happened versus Chile yesterday, and being completely countered by a Hanzo player from Chile, this is a great redemption for them today. Very, very proud of the progress and being able to put that performance out of your mind and going into this full-hearted. Yeah, absolutely perfect coming out from them. I mean, the bout yesterday just made their life hell with the Hanzo, the Sonic arrows catching the rotations all the time. And well, next map is up, Phil, and we're going to someplace that's familiar to all of us, but it's going to be King's Row.
You know, Billy, is it really even a broadcast day of Overwatch if we don't get to go to King's Row for our hybrid map? It's just not the same. It's like not seeing Lijiang Tower, right? You've got to do it at some point through the day. I think this is a very smart move. We kind of talk in caster language of how solved a map is, as in how nailed down everybody's sense of how to play a specific map is. King's Row is the living definition of solved. Like, everybody knows meta to meta how you play this one. It's just a case of figuring out which heroes fill which niche in that particular setup, right? Yep,
I completely agree with it. And you know what? This is the funny fact here, Phil. At least for myself and Gompers and now you, this is the first time that I'm going to see King's Row here in my broadcast. So this is actually a breath of fresh air. We've gone a lot of Gibraltar here for the hybrid map. So this is a treat for me. I'm happy to see this, quite honestly. The Brawl should come out here. Now, is it going to be Ramatra or is it going to be Junker Queen? Because we've seen both teams play those two heroes. And I think that both have a good place here. I think damage mitigation is probably going to win out here, Phil.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you were leading into that, I don't have a good feel for where in the ever-evolving rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock tank rotation that we have here, the specific Ramatra Junker Queen matchup falls. I feel like in a little bit of the same way that the Reinhardt Ramatra matchup is kind of down to the individual skill of the player. I think that's a little bit true here of the matchup with the Junker Queen. So if you have a better Junker Queen than your opponent has a Ramatra, you should win out there. Like, it's a relatively even matchup.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there, my friend. And well, oh yeah, there it is.
He's going to be insufferable, ladies and gentlemen.
Insufferable time coming in. There is my girl coming out on the defense here. So that's cool. Yeah. So, I mean, you're looking at damage mitigation. You're looking to be able to close the gap and then push people away with the Javelin. Terra Surge, kind of a throwaway ultimate still. But I mean, I'm just happy. I'm just happy to be here that Gatsby is bringing out my girl Orisa.
I really enjoyed Persona and Diego just playing Hero Roulette in Spawn here. This is a really interesting. This is not the matchup I was expecting. I think Peru might just run over Argentina here unless they really play their positions absolutely perfectly. For now, it's Persona on the hands on the high ground, really starting to erode that Orisa. They have to back away and give over a wealth of space. They burnt some defensive cooldowns, which has allowed Peru to start to transition nicely into the position they really want to be defending, or the attacking from, with Hanzo on the high ground here, making life borderline impossible here for Argentina. They need to find kills and find them now, because for now, as Argentina starts their defensive cooldowns at Peru, they bend backwards, they don't break, and they just resume the push on in. One tick already secured now as their own defensive cooldown starts to come into play. Argentina need to start to move in. They do have the amplification matrix. Okuno generated that at lightning speed, and they use it to good effect. Down goes Pate, and that should be the push put Pate to for Peru. Look at those health bars. Down they go, but 2 ticks gained for 1 push.
So they allow a lot of damage to go in on the Gatsby. Yes, you're giving over ult charge, but you're also giving over healing ult charge to Okuno. And I mean, that amp matrix saves the day for them. Now you're going into an annihilation and an amp matrix. This is scary business here for Team Argentina. They've got to get their own ultimates up. They've got a Blizzard to stop the aggression.
Yeah, this is a big one. Of course, there's no protective ultimates here to stop the Blizzard. So Water throws that one out early, and I believe that caught Baskerville. Yeah, they were frozen, and now they're down. But Argentina continue to throw ultimates into this one. That was the Terror Surge out from Gatsby. Gatsby didn't find too much here, but it has started to disassemble Peru. But Peru only spent the amp matrix into that one, but we might see a stagger here. This could be very unfortunate, Billy.
Oh, there's the stagger, Jack, like you were calling it. But I mean, you're still looking at a 4 ultimate fight here for Peru. So for Argentina, if you can keep Okuno and Chalky safe as you're absorbing the damage coming in from this rush, that Peru is very insistent upon bringing. You've got the Dragon Strike to kind of quarter them off. Here it comes.
Oracle's got to do something pretty massive here. Sound barrier out from Rodrigo again, beautifully timed, keeps the rest of the team over, and it's allowed Baskerville to close the distance, pop the ult, and scatter Argentina to the 4 corners of the earth. There's the cap, and it's on into the streets phase.
But they did take 2.5 minutes off the clock, so I think that for Argentina, I think that's a win for them. Now, can they catch the aggression that Baskerville and company are wanting to do? Yes, let's go, Rodrigo!
I'm becoming a Rodrigo fan, right? There's a lot of style with this guy.
I mean, the South American teams have always had a lot of moxie about them, right? And
I know, she's coming on later.
I should never have said that. I blame you. But I mean, they've got the. I think they start with Kitsune Rush here. Oh no, Gatsby, yeah, weathered that nicely.
Fancy work there from Gatsby. Just puts a toe over the line, back again, baits out the defensive ability. But there's the Blizzard. I don't know that they saw Diego, and that Blizzard really starts to set things up for Peru, but it's not been perfect. Chucky throws in the Kitsune Rush and uses that additional speed to find 2 frags that shut down the Peruvian push.
I mean, now we're sub 3 minutes, and they're going to be able to hold an archway here, having stopped the payload at Bookstore. So, I mean, that's a great turn there from Chalky. I told you the Kitsune Rush was going to weigh heavily here in the fight. Well, it does, absolutely. And now they've got the amp matrix, but Gatsby is cordoned off.
That was beautiful from Water. Pops his head around the side there, pops in their own defensive May wall, keeps Gatsby in the fight, and then in comes the amp matrix from Okuno. It slows Peru right the way down, and Argentina do that with 1 ultimate. They've got some great options, Peru, as Peru starts to push through.
Oh no, Gatsby is cordoned off though.
Looks like we got the Terror Surge in over the top. Won't find too much here, but Baskerville did. Oh, Baskerville got frozen and punished. Javelin to the face, and down they go. And Peru continue to spend into this. That was the Dragon Strike and the Amp Matrix for no progress.
Well, Oracle gets their Dragon Strike. Hey, Oracle, hello? Yeah.
Ouch.
Oh, that's a fight stop right there. That's at least another 15 seconds to wait for Pope to get back into it, and they're gonna bring out the Ana now. So you're still going into a Kiriko, so you've got that to worry about.
That was a great dragon. You can hear the tick of the damage there, but one more time, it's Rodrigo with the save. The sound barrier comes in and buys a little bit of time for Baskerville to get this all-important Ramatra ult online. Out it comes, immediately finds Walter. Oracle falls to their opposite number, and that's just what Peru were waiting for. Enabled once again by Rodrigo.
But I mean, they have time for a recontest. Diego is going to have to put up a wall to make sure that Argentina don't get back. And Chucky, I mean, with a couple of kunai to the face of Peru, will get this Kitsune rush, and that's going to be all she wrote. They might get a touch at 1.8 meters.
They do get it in, but it costs Gatsby all of their defensive abilities here, and it also costs them the immortality field. So Gatsby's still a little bit vulnerable, but at the last second, Chucky comes in with that Kitsune rush. That's going to allow Gatsby and Okuno to finally get that last little bit of tick to get their ults online. Peru lose Diego as they look to make the retreat here, and they lose Persona Walter from across the map.
Oh, delicious, fabulous, and lethal. 3 words I love to talk about when we're talking about a DPS player, and that's exactly what Walter just brought to that fight. I told you that if Chucky got the kunai to the head, they're going to have that Kitsune rush. They get it now. Now they've got Terra Surge and the Amp Matrix to stop aggression coming in from Peru. They have to be cognizant, though. They know that Diego has his Blizzard.
Amp Matrix slows things right down. Blizzard in over the top of the Terra Surge, of course, doesn't freeze the Orisa, and it's Persona that's down first. There is so much punching power here for Argentina, and whilst Poke may have got that over the line at super quick speeds, it's just not enough. And now there's a line in the sand here for Argentina.
I mean, Gatsby doing their best Gandalf impression, spinning the staff over their head. I know it's a javelin, but still, just go with me with the LOTR stuff there. I mean, you shall not pass. What a great turnaround from Argentina. I mean, they burned 2.5 minutes off the time bank just on point A. They lose a pretty convincing fight, and then they set their feet in the ground. And the ultimate rotations that we saw coming from them was just too darn good. And I mean, can you run the Orisa on the attacker? I don't know if I necessarily would, but why not? Considering how well Gatsby did there on the defense. Yeah, I mean, you burned through their defensive cooldowns, and you know, you were really hoping that Okuno and Chucky could keep you alive through it. The immortality barriers were perfect out of Okuno. Chucky with the healing Afida and the Suzu's, making sure that Gatsby stays alive long enough to get the recontest. I mean, 15 seconds before Argentina comes out here, Persona is showing us the Hanzo. Diego's going to bring out the Nat that is Tracer. Poke, I think, is going to be the big kicker here. Landing these anti-nades has to be a 0.1, and you got to be watching for the javelin spin of Gatsby before you let loose with it.
I mean, the big interaction here, right, is Suzu versus Biotic Grenade. Can Chucky keep themselves abreast of when those abilities are online, and vice versa, because those are big fight-changing and winning ultimates. For now, for Argentina, it's a rotation up the right-hand stairs, and given their composition, this will give them a big advantage. Oh, straight down again. Whoa. They're going to give over some of that high-ground advantage, but the pressure there was phenomenal. Almost took Baskerville out here, and again, being forced to burn defensive cooldowns. That's already the block used, already the shield used, and we are just toe-to-toe here. It is Orisa rolling right up against the Ramatra of Baskerville, but for now, oh, that's huge. Big anti will force Gatsby back momentarily, and Peru get a little bit more control of the point. They have, however, lost Diego here, and that is going to make their defense that little bit harder. A beautiful wall from Walter forces Baskerville into the corner. That door is locked. No exit for you, and Argentina with a quick cap onto A.
I mean, and look at the ultimate charges. Okuno, once again, leading the way with the main heals. I am just putting a really good performance on the Baptiste here. I think that Oracle landing the shots when they need it, but providing the vision has been so much more of what Oracle's been doing here for Team Argentina. They know the rotations as they come around. Baskerville and Persona have got to get something done. 5 minutes as we go through the archway.
That is a scary amount of time, and of course Peru not in a position to actually come here and contest this because Okuno has the amplification matrix. Oh, Oracle has found Diego, and the Storm Arrows will just nail them to the wall here. They might not even need to use this amplification matrix. Oracle now knows exactly where to find Rodrigo as well, now on the Kiriko. We do have ults for Peru. They need to be perfection here. We need, okay, it's Oracle with that ult out early, goes a nice way down that long choke past this corner, doesn't catch anybody, but will momentarily slow the roll here. Baskerville does have the ult running, but they are a long way from healthy here. They may have just scraped through this fight. The nano keeping them potent, powerful, and at peak performance for Peru. There's the hold, but it's still 4 minutes in the bank, Billy.
I mean, it cost them 3 ultimates too. The Dragon Strike had to come out and answer to Oracle's Dragon Strike. So 3 ultimates down, Pulse Bomb ready to go. You've got the Immortality Barrier for Okuno. So they've got the tools here. I think with a well-placed Chalky Kitsune rush, you rush on top of this Peru team and you take the fight to them.
Yeah, but I think this rotation is clever here from Argentina. They know that they don't really want to push in, so what they're doing is wrapping. They're rotating. They want to take up what is effectively the defensive position on this map, the favored position. Push Peru onto back foot, use the Kitsune rush, and just run Peru over. Diego the first to fall here in the fight. Baskerville not long after, and Oracle and Okuno really cracked this wide open. There's a chance here at a recontest, but at 3 minutes in the time bank, Peru really need to find another level here.
I think that you wait for Oracle to build up Dragon Strike. Really, you got to be very cognizant. Do you throw the Immortality Barrier out for this upcoming Pulse Bomb, or do you try to time it with the Suzu and save the Immortality Barrier for when Gatsby goes into the Terror Surge animation?
Whatever it is, you've got to do that now. We are less than 10 meters away from the close of the map and the equalizer onto the series. We have a Pulse Bomb on board here for Diego. It needs to find a key target here. Terror Surge out from Gatsby. That's going to force Peru to give over a bit of respect and some space. Pulse Bomb connect, but the Immortality Field is there to prevent the kill. And it's Baskerville that's down. The Orisa lives through the punishment and puts them in a tanked surfeit here for the side of Argentina. Dragon Strike out. Oracle only just able to get out of the way of that one. 4 HP and a literal dream here, but Argentina just keep up the pressure, and it's 1 apiece. We get a 3rd map today, Billy.
I told you. I told you it was going to happen, and this is where it happens. And man, oh man, my beloved Orisa getting it done. Insufferable? Yes, I'm going to be absolutely insufferable for the next week, Phil. Our server is going to be full of Orisa emotes, and Muffin's going to be very happy too, just to shout him out.
But surrounded I'm surrounded by them.
Yes, you are, and I mean for good reason. What a smart play from Team Argentina. And now we're all tied up, so this is good for both teams. Okay, somebody's going to come out a winner after our next map, but the good thing is that they get a map positive into their map differential.
Yeah, I think it's maybe a little bit too early to be looking at consolation prizes, but that is certainly one. There's a world where that does play into, at the very least, final standings, what we see once we close out the Group B for the Americas region. Excuse me. But we just saw Argentina play their map pick, right? And I don't think anybody is like particularly bothered that we're going to Kings Row. It's not anybody's like worst map. It's a lot of people's best map. So it's not like it was a specific counter pick map. But now Peru at match point have an option to actually pick a map that they think they can play significantly better than Argentina. And so like this could be what decides this map for them, this match for them rather.
I mean, look, I think that, you know, yes, this does play into Argentina's hands, but you still have to get the work done at the end of the day. Everybody knows how to play Kings Row. I mean, they call it Scrims Row for a reason, and this is exactly why. I mean, and Oracle getting the work done with the Archer. Yeah, so good. So good.
Yeah, I think we maybe need to be a little bit careful because you see them so often in the kill feed, you can start to talk maybe a little bit too much about DPS players. But Oracle really did put on a performance there. I think the calm and collected response under pressure of being at 4 HP and not going, well, I better go and get that mega health pack that's down in the subway, and just calmly lining up the shot and launching the Dragon Strike, splitting Peru in half, I think was very, very clever stuff here from Oracle. So I think for Peru, if you are looking for chinks in the armor here, it's what can we do to stop Oracle doing Oracle things? Sure, you've still then got to worry about Walter, who had some also standout moments here, but like, let's take the strongest brick out of the wall and see what we can make happen first.
I think that we really do have to talk about Chalky there on the Kiriko. I think that's the real MVP. Yeah, the DPS are flashy. Yeah, they come out with the frags, but Chalky actually got a 2K with the kunai coming out in their B defense with 1.08 meters left, and they get that Kitsune rush up and completely devalue the attack coming in from Peru. Or so, I mean, Argentina, they did it. They did exactly what they needed to do. They gave themselves a chance and a spot in this conversation.
Yeah, and we were talking about Peru maybe not, well, in fact, definitely not having as much gameplay footage for their matchup here as Argentina did against Peru. And this is maybe one of the things that we're starting to see come into play here, like being less familiar with your opponent, not knowing what their threats are, what it is you've got to counter, can be a real shot in the arm here. Of course, we don't know exactly what the scrim situation is like, who's against who here in this region. But yeah, this is, I still think all to play for. Like, we're talking about, you know, oh, well, here's what they've got to do in this situation. Here's what they've got to do to win out this next map. Both teams have been fighting really, really hard, and not just over on Ilios, but also here on King's Row as well, right? So we still have big opportunities for both teams to come out with their first win. Well, not even the first win for Peru, the first win for Argentina. And we're going to Esperanza for our next map.
Arista plays well here. Arista plays well here. I mean, it's a ground-based payload, and I mean, you can use the javelin to really send somebody flying down these long corridors and avenidas here in Portugal. So we'll see what they actually decide to bring out here. Hanzo is a good bet here. The Echo really plays well here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Peru bring out a Moira look here to keep Baskerville up. The ability to fade into safety and to cover is going to be something huge for the back line for both teams. So for Peru, I mean, this is basically their tournament lives on the line. They don't want to go 0-3 after match day 3. And Argentina, they want to go to the 500 mark and be 1-1 as they look towards next Friday.
Yeah, I think the other thing to consider is that, you know, we've had matches here for our teams against Colombia, against Brazil. So in fact, that's one apiece, Colombia and Brazil in day 1 and day 2 for Peru and Argentina respectively. Like, that is half of their hardest matches out of the way already. And so we are looking for things to be significantly more competitive between the remaining 4 teams in our groups here. So we are hoping to see big things here from Peru, big things here from Argentina, and show again that these are competitive regions that are worthy of eyes on this region and opportunities for the players there.
It's all going to be settled in Portugal. It's all going to be settled here. And I mean, this is where heart comes in. You have the mechanical skill. We know this. We've seen it from both sides. Now it comes down to the cerebral aspect of the game, where you're able to outthink your opponent. And for Peru, I mean, a win here will do them a world of good. And I mean, not only for them as a team, but for also them as an Overwatch nation. I love them. I love all these players. You know how I am. I love all the players. I don't want anybody to lose. I want everybody to win, but this is going to be, I think this is going to be the best map of the day for us. I think this is going to be a knockdown, drag them out. You're going with me, buddy, and we'll see who comes out on the end of it. Baskerville, if they have another Ramatra performance like we saw previously on day one and today, you know, even though they did lose Kings Row, the annihilations were absolutely stunning out of that gamer. So, I mean, if they get on a roll, I think Argentina might be in a bit of a worry here. But if Gatsby and company get it done, and Okuno gets it done, this could be so good for Argentina.
Okay, this is what I was worried about here for speaking as a Peru advocate, as if you would, is they seem to struggle specifically with answers to the Orisa. One of the things Orisa can do is kidnap your tank. You know, throw them the javelin, throw them the javelin spin, and separate them from the team. And Argentina are doing this again here. Peru are making some adaptations, but it's whether or not this is the answer that remains to be seen. So out the gates here, and we are about to see the rubber meet the road here at match point for Argentina against Peru. For now, Peru a little bit absent for the fight, and that's going to give Argentina time to set up here. I see. We're looking to set up a flank here. We've got Persona and Diego currently looking for targets. There's the hack. Maybe not the ideal target here. Not a lot of Hanzo gets shut down with that hack coming through. And for now, Peru have opted not to contest the payload, and it's Argentina with some early progress here. And I believe Baskerville may have been somewhat separated up on the high ground, waiting for the initiation, and it's just not been quick enough here. Baskerville was punished, and it's only cost Argentina. Chucky here, this is heavily favored Argentina.
It is heavily favored, but you lose the speed element here for Gatsby, and I think that, you know, with the commanding shout, well, I say that as Baskerville goes over to the Winston. So Monkey Overwatch being deployed here. I mean, this is going to play well. I love it. I love it.
And this will be Peru with a good advantage here, particularly in this portion of the map, to take high ground control away from Argentina. And Rodrigo opens things up again here. Chucky down. Another big opening now if they can start to close the gap. They've got to be careful. There's a lot that can punish a Winston here, particularly the Coalescence. That's a lot of unblockable damage. And in over the top of that unblockable damage comes Gatsby with a pick onto Baskerville. Water down as well here. So whilst Peru have slowed things down a little bit here, they are a long way from winning out this fight. They need to do a little bit more grinding as Rodrigo gets up close and personal with Oracle, forces them into poke, and this will be Peru saving things here.
30 meters is all we get here, and I think that after this terror surge, I think that you're going to see a change come out from Gatsby. I think that you bring out the Diva here to counter out the Baskerville Winston, but I mean, sound barrier ready to go. We see Chucky going on to the Kiriko. We saw how well they played the Kiriko there in Kings Row. DPS and tank ultimates ready into this fight for Argentina. Kitsune Rush and the sound barrier to answer from Peru.
Needs to be careful where it goes. I could see. Okay, in it goes. We're going to move forward into Argentina as they try and rotate up these stairs. The wall will momentarily split Peru from their intended targets, and they force Gatsby away for now. They take the high ground position. We see the terror surge come through. I don't believe that has particularly much effect here. Baskerville has generated a primal rage and almost had a big collection of the primal range, but it's only Akuno that was really in the way. But Baskerville really gives chase, finds Akuno, pummels them into the dirt, and down they go. This looks to be a big lead opportunity here for Peru. They're already in the lead, and they have that butt scratch moment in their sights.
They do, and we're already seeing the changes come out. I mean, Gatsby is still on the other side. I think now's the time to change. The Diva or even a Zarya here would be great, but they got the Blizzard out of Walter, trying to turn the hero fight there and Oracle over to the Cassidy. Yeah, you're looking for singular targets here from the Cassidy with the P-Shooter, and now Chucky is going to have to contest this next point with the Kitsune Rush.
I mean, it just got a little bit harder for Baskerville to really dive on in, but Oracle is down. That hinder is no longer in play. And Peru just explode on the back of an EMP and demolish Argentina. They're going to start to push into the second portion of the map here, Billy.
Poke is lighting it up. Poke is putting Peru on their backs. Two multi-frag fights there for the Kiriko. And I mean, didn't even give Chucky a chance to build up that Kitsune Rush. And now Poke is 75 to their own Kitsune Rush. This is going to be a very dynamic fight coming up.
We have Diego on the corner here with the pulse bomb ready to go. May have slightly given away the position. No, it seems like they are currently unaware. No, Diego makes themselves well known here. Rodrigo, oh, what a stick! Diego takes a Kuno with no fade out of the fight entirely. This has cost them basketball. It has cost them Persona. Is this going to be enough here from Peru? I don't think they've got the numbers to make this work. They have found Chucky now. At the very least, they can slow this down. They can make it costly for Argentina. But the support line for Peru continues to do the work here. Argentina really on the back foot.
Oh my God, Diego, you beast. Letting him have it with the machine pistols, the stick, almost Kobe-like, as they go in, and now they have their Kitsune Rush. They actually weathered the Akuno Kitsune, or the Chucky Kitsune Rush. You see Chucky going over to the Moira, and now Akuno onto their favored, to their favored. Gonna go, and now the Blizzard is gonna be the only stopping Peru from getting to the promised land.
Oh, we in it. We in it here with the Kitsune Rush out from Poke. Argentina, give that a bit of respect and back out of the way. We do get the Blizzard out of them here. Nice TP out from Poke, and again, it's cost them Baskerville, it's cost them Persona, but we know from the last fight that is not necessarily it here from Peru. Argentina start to close the vice grip, start to tighten the screws, and finally win out on the fight. But this, Billy, is a big deficit to have to come back from.
It is just under 80 meters that Argentina have to close here in their fight. And Oracle, that's a good early pick there. It's going to send Diego back to spawn. They're going to have their own pulse bomb coming up to this fight. Also, the Rampage.
They might miss the forward. They do miss the forward spawn as well. They are split from the team. Oh, hello. Looks like we found a Sombra here in the backline. Persona gets most of the way to the EMP before teleporting out again. So, as things start to slow down a little bit, expect that to be the next big engage tool from Peru.
Hello, Oracle.
Goodbye. Oh, Persona pops the EMP, only finds Walter, and Walter punishes Persona. This is now a big opportunity for Argentina to start to close the gap. Oh, only finds Baskerville here, does take them out, and I think things might start to swing in the favor of Argentina, particularly as Rodrigo gets taken out with the knife pull, and Argentina start to move forward and gain progress.
What another knife pull there from Gaspian. Yeah, they're on the end of it. Walter is going to go close it. So we're going to get the scratch moment here for Argentina. You're going to have Blossom and Coalescence into their next fight. So they're starting to build up their own bevy of ultimates here. The sound barrier is going to have to be huge from Rodrigo.
And positioning is going to have to be huge as well, because it's very difficult to beat into the Death Blossom here. But maybe we can get this done with primary fire here, as Chucky and Walter are already down. And crucially, this interrupting the push progress for Argentina occurs before that first point is unlocked. And now Peru get to move it right the way back into their own territory.
So you put out Rush into this next fight for Poke. To help build up not only the EMP, but also the sound barrier. And you give yourself a little bit more staying power up against this Coalescence and Death Blossom. The big one for me, though, Phil, is if Oracle can get another Pokemon up. They've kind of whipped the last two that they've thrown out.
Walter needs to be a little bit careful here. I think they've given away their position. They've got to know that this ultimate is online. There it goes into the back line. And the Suzu was just not enough, but this has only resulted in a trade. Okay, there we go. Things finally starting to solidify for Argentina as Baskerville goes down. Great stuff here from Walter. It may only have been some battering and bruising onto the Peruvian side, but that's what allowed Argentina to crack them.
I mean, you do invest the Coalescence there, but it keeps Walter up through all the aggression going on to them. I mean, once you hear the die, everybody's head swings around and says, kill the Reaper. Well, they did not do that this time, and Diego's going to have the first salvo out of this next defense with the pulse bomb.
Rodrigo already at 75% to another sound barrier here, and I believe that Suzu just not quite enough there to help Diego. Rodrigo down as well here, and Argentina now have that first point capture in their sights.
Oh, and they're going to get Persona here too. Oracle, yeah, they have to spend the recall. That might allow them to get back into visibility, but I don't think. No, the Nightfall gets Persona.
Okay, this is massive. It's difficult to come back from plus 100 meters, but this is how you start to do it. 70 seconds on the clock here for Argentina to push this another 50 meters.
I mean, the Rampage and the Consumer Rush is going to be pretty darn impossible to go up against. Gatsby gets anti. Oh no!
Like looking in a living mirror, it's Rampage into Rampage, and so far it's 2 on the cards for Peru. For now, the Kitsune Rush make things too hard for Peru to push back into. Argentina start to leverage these ultimates into their favor, and whilst it might be a little bit back and forth here, it looks like Wait, no, that killed from Persona, taking Okuna out of the fight. Chucky might get back here, but this again on the brink of a catastrophic collapse for Peru. They turn it back in their favor.
Yeah, but they're going to have they're going to have 3 ultimates coming into this fight up against an EMP and a sound barrier. So how do you pull out the sound barrier to get value out of this Death Blossom? That's going to be the real chess match here that comes between Peru. And look at Peru is just backing off the point.
Yeah.
No, they don't have to think about it. This is so smart from them.
Yeah, this is very clever stuff, but it has allowed Argentina to get themselves into a position to start to actually defend this spot. And Diego finds the first opener. Chucky's down. The EMP over the top. No chance for Argentina to generate ultimates. And Peru, with an explosion of power, put their first point on the board for Group B.
I mean, Peru. Si se puede! Vamos, Peru! What a damn good performance coming out of them. That's some heart. I mean, la corazón es mejor. Wow, so good coming out from Peru. They knew their win condition. They allow Argentina to take the point, and then they just drop the hammer on top of them. That Persona EMP was everything that you could have wanted.
Very disappointing to not be in a 1st to 3 scenario here. I think this is another one that could have gone the distance. Unfortunately, 1st to 2, and that is Peru again putting their first point on the board. And hey, to talk us through the back half of that map, let's bring Ash back in.
Whew, okay. Wow, guys, what a match. One of the few to go all the way to map number 3 here within the Overwatch World Cup, America's Online Qualifiers, and both teams came with fire lit under them. But again, we talked about the weight on Peru's shoulders, considering they're down 0-2. Today was a must-need win for them, Billy.
Whew. Okay, now that I have captured my breath back and gotten myself calm, I mean, this is exactly what they needed. And now they can finish the rest of their campaign with heads held high. And I think that going into their last 2 matches now, they're going to have a day to rest. Either it's going to be Friday or Saturday that they get a chance to rest. But I mean, from the get-go, the changes, the adaptations that the composition that they were facing, they were willing to make those changes today, and that's really what got it done. Baskerville, for me, is the MVP of this map here personally, because they were willing to go head to head against Gatsby and get the work done and make the changes as they need to. The Winston was bloody great. I mean, fantastic Winston out of Baskerville. So, I mean, more of that, please. I know everybody in chat's probably Monkey and Winston Zap and Winston Sleep and Winston Bubble, Winston Protect, all that good stuff. The copy pass has got to be strong right now.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely insane, but we also got to give kudos over to those Peruvian support players. We saw just the cycling coming out from Poxquirico, and then on top of that, also Rodrigo's Lucio as well there, Phil.
Yeah, I think if you've been paying attention, you might come to the conclusion I've come out of this as a Rodrigo fan. Some absolutely clutch moments, some beautiful sound barriers. Like, as somebody who plays a bit of Lucio myself, like, the timing on that is truly something I aspire to. In difficult situations as well. And like at the start of the day, we were talking before the broadcast how Poke had a really difficult time in their game yesterday, specifically because they were being shut down so often by Ram. I think this has been a real redemption day for Poke, like just a truly standout performance here from them. Seems like they've really put in the work to learn maybe what the mistakes were yesterday and come back better for it.
Absolutely. And then I also still want to talk over the Argentinian squad as well, right? They're keeping this really competitive. They look different than what we saw yesterday, where they were playing a lot more disconnected today, really tightened things up there, Billy.
I mean, nerves are a horrible thing. I mean, Overwatch is just as much of a mental game as it is about a mechanical game. And strategies can be thrown out the door if your brain's just not in it. And I think today they came in with a full head of steam. I think they took their licks against Brazil yesterday, and they get it done here today. I mean, yeah, they go down 1-2, but it's 1-2, and it's still a positive momentum from what they did yesterday.
Absolutely. And then we got the little MVP coming out here in Persona, who, I mean, gave star-studded performances, honestly, throughout the last several days of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers. And of course, he showed his stuff here right now within this last matchup as well, Phil.
They really did. And I think if you pay attention to community sentiment, Sombra is one of these heroes that is a little bit maligned because, you know, who likes having their abilities taken away on a 10-second cooldown, right? It's not fun. You know, it's very unfun to play against, but you can see the impact that a Sombra of Persona's caliber can have on a map like this, on a match like this. In particular, let's talk about that complete lights out EMP of the last fight of Esperanza. Sorry, my brain is going a mile a minute, and sometimes things get left by the wayside. Like, so close to ultimates for Argentina, and it just didn't happen for them because they were shut down by that EMP.
Yeah, something you definitely got to look out for. And when it comes down to it, we also have to actually look out for you guys and say goodbye. It was a pleasure having both of you on the desk with me for the first half of the last day of week number 1. Billy, let me give you your final thoughts first. Phil, you can follow up afterwards.
I mean, South America is back, baby. That's all I gotta say. I mean, just the flair and the passion. You can see it on the screen. This is a region that, you know, got left behind, and now we're getting a chance to see them on the world stage again. My heart is full.
And I think really all I can do is add to that. So, you know, South America was there at the inception of the Tier 2 system, of the Path to Pro system, and for various reasons, they're a region that got left behind. My fondest hope for Overwatch World Cup, you know, even as somebody who is nominally rooting for the UK as their home team, like, I actually care less about how Team UK do and more about getting eyes on this region and getting opportunities again for these players. So fingers crossed for all involved.
Well, that's the amazing part of the Overwatch World Cup, giving that opportunity back over towards South America. And for you guys, again, thank you so much for being on the desk with me. It has been an absolute pleasure. But as we wrap up this first half of the day, we're going to throw to a quick little break, and we should be back afterwards with an interview from one of the players from Peru. Welcome back, everybody. We have an interview from Persona here, part of the Peruvian squad that just took that 2-1 W up against Argentina. And Persona, GG's, congratulations. How are you feeling?
Hello, can you guys hear me? Hello?
Muted on Discord for me.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Hello, I can hear you now, yes.
Yes, thank you.
So how are you feeling after the win now, just taking that 2-1? It was a pretty close matchup up against Argentina.
I think the first two losses that we got hit us pretty hard. Thankfully, the team managed to recover. We felt pretty good after the first map. We knew they were going to pick Kinstro in the second map, and our rush is not that strong. But once we got to push map, we are very, very confident in our Super Tracer. So we knew we were going to win.
Okay, I love to hear that. I absolutely love to hear that. And I was actually looking a little bit into your history. I know that you previously played on some South American contenders teams a while back with some really great results and whatnot. So what have you been up to between then and now going into the Overwatch World Cup?
When Contenders South America ended, I took almost like a year-long break. Then I came back, and I was still in contact with people like Poke and Baskerville, so we were still playing together. And I was just pretty much grinding comp, playing in so many teams, just getting the practice done. And that's pretty much it.
Okay, cool. So you said that you knew Baskerville and Poke from beforehand. How did you guys make the rest of the roster here for Peru?
It wasn't really us. We made the roster for the trials.
Yeah.
It was just like a bunch of friends that we know and we used to play already, so it wasn't really that hard to get us together. And well, the rest is history, right? Our coach made it different.
Yeah. Well, I love to hear that. I just was curious about that journey, about how you guys end up forming your trial team and whatnot, right? But overall as well, we love to know, what does this mean to you and your team, being from an underrepresented region right now in Overwatch, to have this opportunity again to prove what you're worth?
I think it's pretty great. I think there's some really good talent in South America. And hopefully this, changes things for the better. I hope that we can get more tournaments, or maybe, like some good competitions back. So I really hope that whoever gets to go to World Cup, that's a good showing and represents our region the way it's supposed to be.
Absolutely. I love to hear that. And I'm also curious, is there a particular maybe player out there that you either look up to or style your play style afterwards as a cracked Sombra player?
No ego, but I think I'm the best Sombra.
Okay.
So
it's all you. It's all you over there then.
but I look up a lot to Philippe from Tantarain. I think he's the best Sombra. So I look a lot of bots from him. I learn a lot when I watch him.
Well, that's really, really cool to hear. And I love hearing the confidence as well. That's how you kind of got to spearhead your way into the esports scene, right? You gotta hold your head up high in that kind of sense. But
For sure.
One more question, I guess you would say, from me. Looking at Group B right now within Americas, it's the fact that there's only 2 spots, right, for Group B, which makes it a little bit more difficult. I know you guys already faced up against Brazil, but Colombia is the other top contender, I would say, within that group. How are you feeling going into that match in week 2?
We played Colombia already. We're gonna play Brazil in week 2.
Wait. I messed up my notes. Okay.
Okay.
I messed up my notes. I messed up my sticky notes. My bad. But okay, I guess looking at the possibility of playing Brazil then, how are you feeling about that?
I think Brazil is a very, very strong team. I think they have a lot of good team coordination. Obviously, they've been playing together for years, right? So that also adds up. But like I said, I feel like this win gave us the confidence that we need, and we're gonna go work hard. There might be some surprises next week.
Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys are able to do. You already pulled out some really great adaptations between the first 2 days into day 3 here in week 1. So my last thing for you now is I want to give you the opportunity to say any thank yous or shout outs before we wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to say thank you to our staff who have been working very, very hard for us. Also to the UTD boys who basically give us warm up every day. And also like the people who support us, right? It really means a lot for us. And obviously my close friends that are with me through every step of the way. So yeah, thank you very much.
That's very, very sweet. Thank you so much, Persona, for taking the time to do this interview with me as well, and just sharing a little bit about your journey and what your goals are.
Thank you.
Well, now that the interview is all wrapped up, everyone, we're going to throw to another quick break. And when we're back, we're going to have the USA versus Puerto Rico. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup America's online qualifiers. And I've got a set of new / old fresh faces on the desk here with me. Got Moxie and Dustin will be taking us throughout the rest of the day. Dustin, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Ash. Looking forward to the rest of today. Obviously, the last game in particular was super exciting to watch from the outside. So, I mean, if that's anything to tell for these last 3 matches of the day, I'm pretty pumped.
Definitely hoping to keep things close there, right, Moxie?
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly just anticipating this first match. Are we going to see Team USA versus Puerto Rico have super off-roll again? Or are we going to be seeing something a little bit differently? If you've been looking at social media, we're getting a little bit of a different roll swap tease to come through. But I don't know if USA will actually go with it this time, given the fact that they lost a map to Mexico because they went for those off-rolls.
Yeah, you do a little bit of trolling, you do a little BMing, and you're gonna pay the price at the end of the day for that, right? But in this head-to-head, Puerto Rico, they did have a day off, so that means that they're only 1-0 at the moment due to that. But for the USA, Dustin, this could be an opportunity for them to really take that lead.
Yeah, for sure. I think for USA, it would be obviously great to get the win. Maybe they could do it in, as interesting and fun fashion as they did previously versus Mexico. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they had something, in the works there, especially versus a team like Puerto Rico, who have really only faced one of the. I mean, they're obviously they won their first game, like you mentioned, and had that day off, but they've only faced was it Guatemala earlier on. So going into this one, I think that obviously it's going to be quite the challenge for the side of Puerto Rico, but for USA, I mean, obviously. We might see a little bit of trolling, but I think at the start, they want to, put their best foot forward.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to see. We'll have to see even what but roster they come into this one with, right? Moxie, sure, we're seeing the starting lineup here for the United States, but yesterday they ended up subbing out Cluj and Sugar Free, having Super and Hydrant instead.
Yeah, no Sugar Free either to start off this time, so it feels like they're going to be moving away from that Echo playing, where USA do just like to go incredibly aggressive and just try and control the tempo the second that they can on control. Puerto Rico, on the other hand, have really impressed. I actually had the opportunity to be able to sit in a couple of their scrims and talking to their staff as well. They were saying that they didn't really anticipate being a dive team, and definitely when Papa Joe wants to play, he wants to play towards the Reinhardt, but their dive coordination is actually incredibly on point, and they are starting off all guns a-blazing because Loopy is their specialist hit scan. He is the star player on this roster, and he's going to be fielding into map number 1 right off of the bat to try to get a feel matching up against these OWL players.
It'll be super interesting to see how this matchup does pan out, and really curious to see how both these teams do fare here, Justin. And overall, I guess, what are the expectations now that we know that we're going over to Ilios?
Well, I think expectations are obviously, overall, USA probably favored in the matchup overall, especially on Ilios when they can run a lot of those dive comps with Collusion in the lineup. They could do pretty much anything, play a lot of those off tanks, like Junker Queen can even flex over the Diva, and at times Winston. I mean, these Winston mechanics have been getting better as time goes on. But for the side of Puerto Rico, I think a big storyline that really hasn't been touched on enough just yet is just the fact that there's been a lot of players that have transitioned from console over to PC to mouse and keyboard. That transition in itself is incredibly hard, right? Wasn't Papa Joe one of those players that was a console player, I believe, before, and then now coming into mouse and keyboard on PC? That's been such a change. I noticed there's been like a trend in World Cup in general with a lot of these different countries. Obviously, a lot of players making that swap from console to PC, because that's no easy challenge, or that's no easy task to do. I mean, it's difficult to change from a controller over to M&K. So the fact that a lot of these players have been doing it is super exciting, and I'm really looking forward to watching Puerto Rico play today.
Absolutely. Well, we won't have to wait any longer. We're about to head straight into Ilios. So, Moxie, Dustin, you guys take it away.
Thank you, Ash. And Ilios, our first map of the day. Moxie, first map of the midday, I guess, for us, coming in midway through. And USA obviously want to start off with their normal lineup first. Why do you think they've been kind of leaning towards Aspire? We kind of touched on it before, but why do you think they're leaning towards more of Aspire rather than Lenny, aka Sugar Free?
I mean, Aspire is just an incredibly flexible player, and we saw yesterday, even when USA were playing some of those off-rolls, Aspire literally almost single-handedly won USA Numbani just of what he was able to do on that Tracer. And when you look at a map like Ilios, it really does become just so many flanks available so that he can play towards that Tracer. And even though Sugar Free tends to be one of their Echo players, Hydrant can flex over to it as well. So USA have a lot of different compositions that they can potentially go towards. Puerto Rico, on the other hand, really looking forward to seeing what composition they decide to go for. It does seem like they're trying to push towards this dive. Very traditional current dive at the moment. You've still got that Ana to keep the Winston alive, but you swap the Zen over for sustainability, that bodyguard, that little bit of extra shielding to protect the Ana when the counter dive comes through. As you talked about all of the different tanks Kalish could play, one we didn't touch on was Roadhog, and that's what USA are rocking.
Yeah, the Hog. I mean, to have him on Ilios, well, it's traditional in that sense for sure, but You know, as of late, Hawk hasn't really been played, though, with the changes, right? Doesn't he get more healing after using his regenerative burst, or rather his E in the low ground? I mean, that's been a big change that has come through, but Hydran connects with those sticky grenades early onto Zolex, and no opportunity to react there, just kind of AFK temporarily. Already down their end, and now a lot of that healing gone. Light Wolf also falls to Ultraviolet. Hydra goes a little far, obviously, but Puerto Rico has to back up to regroup.
Yeah, Aspire doing a very good job as well of just pushing, cloaking into Puerto Rico, not allowing them to get a full regroup, as Papa Joe straight away off of the Winston onto the Diva to try to eat through some of this cloak spam damage coming out from USA now that they're in control of the points and the choke, and Puerto Rico has to run straight into them.
Group on the left in the cage side with Kalush. Waiting, biding their time for Puerto Rico to drop, and that's really when they'll probably strike. Well, they're still giving them that rotation as Aspire sets up in that flank. Looking towards the inside of cage, already taking a lot of damage as Light Wolf to Aspire on the Tracer. Now Loopy comes to deal with them on that backside, but the point's still going in the favor of USA, nearing that 50% on the board. As Puerto Rico makes those rotations, they're getting poked down. Loopy all the way down to 1 HP, desperately needs those heals, but they managed to find Hydran in the sky with the Diva. Papa Joe requiring Aspire to go with a pulse bomb that connects flush onto Zolix on that back. So it's a 1-for-1 trade as they lost Hydran, but the spawns are close for Hydran to get back into this, as well as he has that fly ability, so should be back quicker. Papa Joe also lost the mech. Talisman, though, with that copy, tries to continue this fight for them. They have managed to find Cluj off the back of it, forcing that coalescence from Rootful as Hydran connects in a Light Wolf. Also onto Papa Joe. Aspire is dueling with that copy. Tracer eventually will get out of that copy forward and fall to Hydran as USA get that percentage up now to 80%.
Yeah, I imagine in this next fight we're going to be seeing Puerto Rico use that nano boost onto Light Wolf for that rally to try to have the stuns and connect up those kills for Talisman and Loopy to be able to finish off. The problem is that USA are going to have that Kitsune Rush. That's going to give them that extra little bit of speed to be able to disengage this rally pretty easily.
It's going to be terrifying to deal with that. Ultraviolet instead goes for that flank, so they kind of give up a little positioning, but Puerto Rico sits in main, not really moving yet with that rally and the nano. Now they use it. Both from the Papa Joe, but he gets hooked into the pit, however. Still has the fly ability, so is able to get out. Cluj pops the ultimate as well towards that point. Diva Bomb did try to zone, but unfortunately not in a great position to find any kills in particular. But a nice boop off the map with the whole hog from Kaluj. Also pops that take a breather, now runs back into Light Wolf, who's getting that peel, but can't really deal with a lot of the melee out of Kaluj. However, he's still getting some of that sustained. Loopy and Talisman are able to find Hydra on the back, and Rupel. Ultraviolet traded it back though, and Kaluj keeps trying to go for that kill, but Papa Joe is there with the peel. Every second Kaluj is going for that damage, down all the way to 20 HP, but manages to jump out of that health pack. Eventually Papa Joe finds him in Baby Diva form, but it's far too late. USA has already claimed the objective, 100-0 on round 1.
I can see why they decided to nano Papa Joe, really prioritizing keeping that Diva mech up because they know that the whole hog's going to be coming through, and in overtime, if you can't touch that point because of a Roadhog ultimate, well, you're not going to be fighting much of the map anymore. But unfortunately, it just leaves their backline so vulnerable, and USA can just get aggressive. It's the fact that we're seeing them not even use something like Kitsune Rush to be able to just disengage and rubber band back. They literally throw it in to deal with Puerto Rico's rally so that they don't have the opportunity for that armor to be able to build. It just gets ripped off of all of those members before they can even gain any vantage of that ultimate, as we now head towards that second map of Ilias. And no way does he do it. We saw it, and now we're seeing it in conference. Rupel is going on the Lifeweaver once again.
The Florida Mayhem moment. Rupel on the Lifeweaver, like you said, also having that critical for Ultraviolet. Kaluj on the Wrecking Ball. Not a hero he's necessarily known for either. So a lot of swaps coming already through for USA to maybe mix things up, try some things out, as well as go for the slam early. Kaluj does on the Light Wolf, but he's able to back towards the rest of his team. Though Aspire is there in that mini health pack side, able to find Light Wolf as he bashed away. Puerto Rico's backing up already. They don't want to lose any more members and give it that point early.
Yeah, so this is buff Lifeweaver. His hitbox is a lot smaller in terms of those flowers on his back, but there should still be an opportunity for Loopy on this Sombra to be able to disable just so much of the kit. The problem is that USA, because once again they're in control of this point, they're in control of the space, they can spy check where the Sombra can be and put the Lifeweaver out of reach.
Loopy's found Ultraviolet early on in this fight as well, so Rupel has to jump off that high ground. Play this mini health pack side, also grips onto Hydra to bring it back towards his team. Now goes in with the flower petals, want to get back towards that high ground, but he's integrated immediately after doing so. Though on the low ground, Hydran's on Papa Joe's mech yet again. Not enough healing to keep him alive, down to 1 HP, but there, Aspire is able to find him. Early picks yet again for USA after losing a member. They now just look to continue that pressure on Puerto Rico, building up to that 50%.
I mean, the Unchained was perfect onto Rupel. The problem is that Papa Joe is the only one who can really chase after it, and he was missing his mech at the time, so that Life Weaver gets to stay alive and recover, and Puerto Rico once again just taking so much poke pressure, trying to actually approach this point, and USA controlling all of these avenues with all these mobile heroes, just making it incredibly difficult for them to move an inch.
I mean, what do you do, though, when Aspire's in the lobby? It's just so tough to really get anything done. This guy in Tracer just shredding your backline. Rupel is finally dove on by Puerto Rico, deciding to go for that aggressive dive. That's great for them. Divine Rupel there early. Now at the 70%, USA is also building towards those ults. Hydra got the copy earlier on. Onto the Ana, was building towards the Nano. Is able to pop it off, actually, before the copy eventually runs out as Kalush finds Papa Joe's mech yet again. Hydra will follow up on a Talisman and Aspire towards that point to body block it as well into Papa Joe, building up to 85%. This is looking rough now for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they were able to take down Hydron at least, but Hydron's one of those members of USA lacking an ultimate as we head towards that overtime. Puerto Rico do have ults of their own, but Zulix gets staggered out late. You're going to have to essentially just use Ride to be able to tap onto that point, and there goes all of your sustainability.
98, 99. They do touch Papa Joe there with that point. They also have some ultimates to come back with. Aspire can't use the health pack, but it doesn't matter. He hits you with a pulse bomb. Great stick from him on the Light Wolf, who surely thought he had it. Down to 50 HP was Aspire, no health pack either. Papa Joe commits that Diva Bomb towards the point. Rupel is kind of zoning towards the outside. There's typical Life Weaver gameplay here as Zulich traded back Aspire. It might not be enough. They've lost Papa Joe. The knock as well onto Zulix. Kalush found multiple. And Team USA will take map number 1 very convincingly.
Yeah, Puerto Rico want to save as many ultimates as they can. They know that if they even win that fight that they're currently in, they have to have something in the tank for the fight afterwards. And it means that they're just a little bit too reserved with those ultimates. Really would have loved to see just a group up and go with that rally so that you can at least bunker through the rotation, have that extra shielding, force USA into either throwing in a couple of ultimates or just allowing you the space to be able to control and hide from all of that spam poke that comes through on every single rotation that they make towards that point. Because that's where the composition that USA finds its strength, right? You just control so many of the avenues, so many different angles. Every single time we flip through USA's POVs, it felt like we were just going through a TV channel, seeing all of those different genres. But every single time, USA just has absolute 100% monopoly of the board.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, what do you do when USA's capitalism, you know, it's too tough to deal with at the moment, right? Unfortunately for Puerto Rico, they haven't been able to find really anything to stop them. And I mean, you touched on it. It just feels like USA is just totally in control. They can kind of run whatever they want. I mean, heck, they ran Life Weaver, they ran Roadhog, they ran Kalush on the Wrecking Ball. And they can kind of do whatever. I mean, this is kind of, we talked about it before. I know at points, Aspire yesterday, you know, we were on his POV sometimes when, you know, Rupel got some good kills and stuff. So it was tough to say that it's obviously not just Aspire, but I mean, his game plan Tracer so far really has been standout for Team USA. And it feels like it kind of affords USA a little bit more flexibility in terms of the rest of the composition because they have that backbone of Aspire just doing whatever the heck he wants on that Tracer.
Yeah, again, like going back to that Life Weaver pick, it works for USA in that context because they're in control of the space and they make it so hard for anyone from Puerto Rico to actually be able to punish how vulnerable a moving Life Weaver is because he's never moving. He's always set up. The pedal platform's already gone through. He's already up on the high ground. He doesn't have to lug his way through with just that one tiny dash that makes it so easy for a Tracer or Sombra to be able to catch up to him. He's out of the way, out of the fight. And for Puerto Rico, they're never trying to go for the Life Weaver first because they have so many other pressing issues directly in front of them first. Aspire, Hydron, Kalush, even Ultraviolet at points would literally throw themselves into that front line of fire to make sure that the Life Weaver is the one not taking any heat.
Okay, I'm going to ask kind of a hard question. Now, it's kind of just an overall conversation potentially for Puerto Rico. Okay, what is the overall, like, where's the light at the end of the tunnel here? Who's like their best player at the moment? It kind of feels like overall they're being crushed by USA. I mean, like, what do they have going for them at the moment, Moxie? Is there anything in particular that's standing out for Puerto Rico, or is it just too tough for them at the moment?
This is what's unfortunately really punishing about these teams that come up against USA. A lot of what you want to be able to turn these maps around with is for your DPS to be able to start finding these shots, be able to just zone USA back, force them to actually respect the rotation so that they don't just continue piling on you every single time you walk out of those respawns. But because you're sort of limited with some of these players to just hit scan, right? Something like Cassidy, something like Widowmaker, maybe even a Hanzo at points. Incredibly easy to be able to just be overrun. There's a reason that we didn't see the Widowmaker. There's a reason we didn't see the Cassidy. Even though Nade can do so much at dismantling the mobility of one particular hero, if USA coordinate and they send 3 people after you, you're not going to be able to have any chance to be able to buy yourself that bubble of space. And so what Puerto Rico tried to go for was the exact same thing as USA. Split themselves into as many different pockets of fights as possible so that the rest of their team had less players hounding down that backline, but they just weren't able to win the individual 1v1s.
Yeah, it's so tough, man. At the moment, Puerto Rico, maybe a map like Route 66, which is the map they're going with, could give them some sort of semblance of positioning or even a team comp they could play that potentially could counter Team USA. I mean, it seems like they're kind of running whatever, right? Running that hog, running a lot of wrecking ball. Maybe if the likes of Puerto Rico want to lock towards more of that Reinhardt that I know, Billy was talking about earlier, just like that more, Reinhardt composition focused on Papa Joe. Maybe that could be something for Puerto Rico, especially since Team USA are more than likely going to be kind of, testing some compositions per se, right?
The Rhine's hard though on Route 66. Rhine's biggest weakness is always going to be on maps where there's just a lot of focus on high ground. You can get away with it on point A, especially if you're like just trying to attack and walk out of your spawn without just taking so many poke shots coming through from like snipers brought up from afar on that high ground. But the second that you move towards big earls and the defenders have just that high ground to hold above your head and make sure that the payload is just eternally stalled, and then we move into point B, you really need to swap towards something like the Winston or the Diva, who can go with your backline, who can make sure that they've got that peel, but they can also chunk those targets low enough that your DPS can just dash through and finish them off.
Well, let's see if they run something different here on Route, which is still coming up, obviously. And for Team USA's side, Moxie, I mean, for what we've seen so far, since we've already seen pretty much now 2.5 games out of Team USA, do you think that this roster overall and its construction and at the moment in terms of its team synergy, is this looking like a world beater? Are they looking like a potential World Cup champion again?
It feels like it, right? With just how dominant they're being. And I think there's actually a game plan behind why we're seeing all of these really strange compositions coming through from USA. They know that they're under a microscope, right? They're not just playing for this conference, they're going to soon be playing against all of the other teams. So if you just continue to show all of these different compositions, no one is going to have any clue what you're actually going to be coming out with. You know, when you look at this lineup, so many of these players have just massive overlaps in terms of their hero pool. In fact, when they picked up some of those players closer to the times, everyone was like, but why? What do they bring to the table that isn't already there on the players that USA already have? Having something like Ultraviolet and RuPaul, they have a lot of crossover in terms of their support lineup, right? We were sort of thinking, well, how is this going to work? They don't really have a designated Lucio player at the moment, and it's worked out fine for them so far. And this is the thing. All of the other teams who are watching these VODs and trying to think what USA are actually going to bring, they have no clue.
There's nothing. They've got nothing on them at the moment. USA, in fact, okay, man. They're putting Hydra on the Reinhardt now, and Kaluja's going to be on the Reaper. We'll see if it works out for them versus a team like Puerto Rico.
Flats is going to be happy. Flats is going to be very, very happy. I'm pretty sure he actually engineered this. So.
Okay. All right, man. Hydra on the Ryan, Kaluja on that. A Reaper yet again, and maybe that's like maybe okay, they're going for the spawn camp too, sitting in that top of the train.
Well, we put it from Cloudy, right? Reaper is just Reinhardt with shotguns.
Oh yeah, true.
Exact same game plan. Get close and shoot instead of swing.
True. No May with it though. That's kind of interesting to keep Aspire on the case, but obviously at this point they might as well do what they want. For a team like Puerto Rico with that May Cassidy Looking for that rotation. Puerto Rico goes towards the middle of that train. Obviously, Cart not pushing during this rotation. They take that high ground. USA well aware that Puerto Rico is the ones that have to drop towards that cart, so they do so first. Waiting still towards that top, just giving Aspire poke space to work with. Looking for those picks. Fate early used by Kaluj. Still hitting those body shots onto the May, a bit tanky of a hero, causing Loopy to actually find Ultraviolet early, but Aspire has traded it back. Hydron also gets the charge on the Papa Joe. Immortality Phil couldn't even save him. Aspire just over the top is just absolutely pounding into Puerto Rico's side. Nothing else they could do. That's a 3K for him and the team white. Puerto Rico back to the spawn they go.
Really good off angle as well for RuPaul. In that fight, he generates 73% of Amp Matrix just playing on the opposing high ground of train carriages. We're going to be seeing that Amp Matrix come through any second now if they even need it. Fire Strike connects onto Zulax, and Puerto Rico going to be sent back to spawn once again.
2 minutes 50 seconds left now to go, and maybe Puerto Rico can escape the torturous spawn doors at the moment. They have no ultimates here against that amplification matrix over the top, and Fire trying to try to counter something there. Papa Joe is deleted by Kaluj and the rest of USA, who have dropped now a high noon flank over to the left, and that's a 2K, looking like Overwatch 1 in 2016 with those high noons.
They took down the Rhine. They know that they don't even have to shatter the shield for the Deadeye to be able to pick up those targets. Really good target focus coming through from USA. Like I said, there's method in their madness. They are playing smart, even if they're off rolling.
Thing on the top, USA still ready to go. Puerto Rico have some ultimates now to work with. Building towards that Blizzard would be a good one as well for them, but Hydra with the Shatter pushes forward. Aggressive image to the top from the side of Puerto Rico's backline. Also the Shatter. Death Blossom from Kaluj just tossing in ultimates at will. Ultraviolet also putting towards that beat, and Puerto Rico is sent back again.
It covers the back of that Shatter, right? If USA lose this Reinhardt, Puerto Rico with these faster respawns are finally going to be able to break out of spawn as Ultraviolet. Do you think that they're going to come on that right side? He's looking for the boom. No!
Oh my god. No! Oh, that did not just work. Oh my god, Talisman, goodbye. Ultraviolet hits the boop off the map. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and Ultraviolet's going back to the skybox. Looking like Funny Astro.
This is the thing. Now that's one door that Puerto Rico just cannot come through, and it really limits the space that they have available, space that's already so small with USA's monopoly once again.
This is rough. This is bowling at this point. Ant Matrix over the top, able to find Light Wolf. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Puerto Rico just gets picked off early, even with ultimates. We'll see if they decide to commit anything here. I kind of doubt they do. Zulix actually tries to walk out of spawn versus Aspire. Managed to lift Hiding over the top. Not even in cover. Beat drop as well to layer over top. And Aspire just keeps hitting those shots with 50 seconds left to go. This is the most brutal, dominant game we've seen so far in the World Cup qualifiers.
They don't have the space to work. Loopy's got the Deadeye, but he's just had to hold it for so long. Talisman now is going to go into the Tracer to try to harass and actually pull USA's focus away. Good Anthony, but there's just no follow through as everyone from Puerto Rico is just having to play to USA's tempo.
They have no ultimates. Maybe Puerto Rico could do something here with the high noon. Nope, Aspire's already found one. Loopy has found Ultraviolet, who is sitting at the skybox. Luckily, that's something. Connects with the nade as well. He does get traded by Loopy. Loopy on the Cassidy has been not, completely terrible for Puerto Rico, but unfortunately for him, he's missing his team at the moment. USA are still regrouped forward. 10 seconds left. Puerto Rico touched the cart, so they want this to keep going on. Talisman eventually recalls out. We'll see if Puerto Rico even want to go for the touch here. Last second, they do so. So we are going to go into overtime with the cart not even getting much space. 16.25 meters against the Ant Matrix. Charge into charge. Papa Joe gets the nade, though. Keep his team healthy. Kaluj fades back as well. Gets those heals from RuPaul, who has decided to play DPS Baptiste, and Nano boost on Lucio against the Death Blossom. Does sustain, boops him away, but eventually there's going to be too much damage to deal with. And buddy, oh buddy, that was pretty brutal, Moxie. That was pretty brutal. Yeah.
That was pretty brutal. I think USA have identified how far they can take these off rolls. Only 2 of them swap, so they've still got 2 supports that can keep everyone up and alive. And RuPaul, I mean, like you said, he goes for the DPS Baptiste. He gets the opportunity to go for the DPS Baptiste. Method in the madness. Hydron goes for that charge, forces Papa Joe to be in that concussed state, stuck on the ground, entirely vulnerable to just RuPaul drilling through that amplification matrix and shredding that Reinhardt, essentially just putting your main tank in a blender and hitting play as Puerto Rico, unfortunately, hit a total pause.
Yeah, this is looking a lot like I don't know, Moxie. I mean, this is one of those games. If you're Team USA, you're just looking to put them out of their misery. You know what I mean? It's like not even one of those games where you want to toy around with the enemy a little bit. It's just like, okay.
It's a statement piece, right? It's a statement piece after they're showing up against Mexico yesterday.
Well, yeah. Mexico's at least can be like a decently high level team. You know what I'm saying? Like Puerto Rico, SR wise, I don't even know if they compare to the likes of Team USA. 13 seconds left now. They're playing a more defensive comp again with that Reinhardt. See if it works out for them this time, Ox.
Ultraviolet on that Life Weaver could very much just be using that platform for Aspire to get a bird's eye view, as Puerto Rico going to have an absolute pixel perfect defense if they want to have any chance of continuing in this series.
They're having a Rhinoff. Hydron versus Papa Joe down below. Fire strikes enabled. No healing either. We'll see who comes out on top. Both fire strikes hit. Charge into each other. Back and forth. Hydrant down. Almost loses that armor. Papa Joe, though, has to run away, and Hydrant comes out on top. The rest of Puerto Rico now look to try to maybe come back after losing to Reinhardt in such a incredibly difficult fashion. USA now will capture out. Just this Baptiste left to go. And Team USA will get the 2 over Puerto Rico. I can't say that was unexpected, but USA, obviously, like you said, a bit of a statement win. Not even a statement win, just a 2-0 win, honestly, for Team USA, Moxie. I mean, what can we say about that, man? It's just, this is what happens in World Cup, right?
Yeah, the Life Weaver wasn't to give a better angle for the Widow. It was to make sure that they got a better vantage point of that Rhine 1v1. USA just looking absolutely dominant once again. Truly the strongest group in the current region.
Let's bring back Ash. Ash, welcome back, our lovely host. It's good to speak to you again.
You too, guys. But I don't know. I don't even have words to say. I don't even think that there really are words that you can say about that last matchup overall. Like, when it comes down to it, this is something that we've known from the very beginning here of the America's Online Qualifiers, Moxie. The fact that Team USA is likely to outclass the majority of their opponents.
Yeah, and I think they know it too. Like I said, they're playing their cards incredibly close to their chest. There is method in the madness in terms of the off-roll decisions that they make, how they use everything. We didn't really get to talk fully in depth because Ultraviolet, we get his POV and he just comes in from downtown, right up above, pretty much just playing WWE with that Lucio booping them as they come out of the right door. But even when Hydrant goes for things like that Shatter, and then we see Kalush throwing in the Death Blossom, it's to guarantee that no one from Puerto Rico is able to take that Reinhardt down when he's in that vulnerable state, because if you lose that tank, you're going to have to give up that super aggressive hold right next to the spawn, and that's when Puerto Rico are going to be able to breathe and start to make any sort of comeback. USA just stop it in its tracks right before it can happen every single time.
Yeah, and Dustin, when it comes down to Team USA as well, you were talking a lot about how they were putting a target on their backs after some of the stunts they were pulling yesterday. It seems like this might be a bit of a response to that, in the kind of sense where, okay, we might have the target on our backs, but are you going to hit it?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit of it's a bit of a response, but I don't know if Puerto Rico is the team to do it, just simply in terms of rank comparisons. I doubt they're on the same level. I think Loopy seemed like their best player, if I had to guess. I don't know what the actual ranks are of Puerto Rico, but he seemed like he had, some smart plays at time, hit some shots, timely. But, obviously against a team like USA, like you said, they painted a target on their back, but in these kind of matches, obviously in the World Cup qualifiers, we're looking to show the audience pretty much every game, right? And it's the good part of Overwatch and the bad part of Overwatch. I think that obviously in this case, you're going to have just a team that's so much like greater in terms of skill level. It'll be that dominant, right? And that's kind of the price to pay when we want to show you guys every single World Cup match from all of the teams across the world.
Oh, that's for sure. And at the very least, Moxie, we can spin this into a learning experience for the Puerto Rican squad, right? That opportunity to kind of get these reps under their belt, face up against just top tier players coming out from Team USA, and just try to take that into the future of their, I guess week 2 as well, but in the future of their esports careers.
Yeah, I think it definitely puts a significant question though on who that third team is potentially going to be able to make it out of Group A. I know a lot of people were sort of thinking, okay, is it going to be Puerto Rico? Is it going to be Mexico? And obviously with Mexico being able to win one map of Nambani against Team USA when they were off-rolling, Mexico getting that chance to be able to be that third group, the chances of it obviously do start to be elevated when you do compare the two performances. However, no surprises that the MVP is once again going to be Aspire. His Tracer is just absolutely insane. The second that we got to see it coming through on that first map of Ilios, we knew it would be a very tough time for anyone to be able to rotate safely onto that point.
No, absolutely. And when it comes down to it as well, there's still opportunities for Puerto Rico to try and get those points under their belt. But Team USA right now very much so in the lead for those standings within Group A. But we do have some more Overwatch action to come, you guys. So stay tuned. We're going to be right back. And afterwards, we're going to have Mexico versus Guatemala. Welcome back, everybody, to the Overwatch World Cup. But another event is also going on today. Moxie, it's your birthday. Happy birthday and congratulations on the Big 2-5. Esports Boomer, officially.
I get to celebrate it in style. It's definitely going to be memorable. I don't think a lot of people can say that when they hit 25, they got to see Hydrant's Reinhardt, which is something no one expected to see coming through, least of all me. I genuinely didn't think that they would actually commit to it, but USA, they spicy. They spicy.
They definitely are. We saw those tweets going there, but what a gift to actually welcome you into that quarter of your lifetime. And now, heading over to this next matchup, we've got Mexico versus Guatemala there, Dustin.
Oh, yeah. I think this is going to be an important matchup for Mexico. Obviously, they haven't done the match just yet. But obviously, between these two teams, at the moment, Guatemala is sitting at the bottom of that group stages. Obviously, they're going to want to get that win themselves. But for Mexico, if they can get this win today, that puts them up to a, obviously positive win rate. And that'll be really good moving forward, because especially since they're really fighting for that third or even second place spot with Canada.
No, that is for sure. That's the really scary part right now here. At the very least, though, into Group A, you do have that extra lifeline that Group B doesn't have in that extra third spot to secure. But Mexico looking like one of the contenders to actually take that third one, Moxie.
Yeah, again, it has to be a statement for this team, right? Yes, they were able to take one map off of Team USA and survive the off-roll BM, but now that we're moving into their next quote-unquote serious match, we have to see this team perform. It cannot be close for this team if they want to be able to make it out of groups. Like Dustin said, they are vying now for that second spot alongside Canada, and if they're not able to make it pretty easy against Guatemala, a team that are currently 0-2, then we're going to have a lot of doubts over whether or not they're going to be able to overcome that second spot.
Yeah, and when it comes down to the matches that we saw yesterday as well, even for the Guatemalan squad, it was definitely a bit more of a rough run. I know that they are a bit of a fan favorite right now, of course, representing their nation and everything like that, but it's a very tall task that they'll have to be facing up against Mexico, Dustin.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, against Mexico's really good at those, hard dive compositions. Whenever they put Troblux onto that Sombra or Angel onto the Tracer, it's been working out for them incredibly well. And on the flip side for Guatemala is very good at those more pokey, just have Richie carry us on the Widowmaker type compositions. Mm-hmm. And, at times, that's not really the meta at the moment, right? That's not how the game is played in Overwatch, because it's just far too slow, especially when you have that Widowmaker playstyle, which Richie has, which is a kind of stationary statue type Widowmaker, right? A lot of that back of the map, just kind of bodyguarding the angles and not really taking those aggressive flanks that you probably should be. So I think Guatemala's playstyle could enable Richie, but, I don't know. It might be tough against a team like Mexico.
I think it's even tougher as well, given the fact that his specific hero that he carries on is the Widowmaker, something that's just incredibly easy to be able to overcome with 25 less health than a lot of those DPS players, and a 12-second grapple window cooldown makes it really easy for players like just a Reaper or a Tracer, the likes of which we've seen from Angel Volado, just carrying Mexico through so many different fights, being able to get up close and punish the Widowmaker. Because when we did see that swap from Richie onto the Tracer towards the tail end of Circuit Royale, it wasn't pretty.
And another thing that I want to talk about right now, as we look at the Mexico roster, it's the fact that within the supports, at the very least, between maps, they do have that tendency to swap between Paulette and Sopa. So what do you think that really means here for the squad, Dustin?
It's a lot of Lucio and Brigitte swaps, right? Obviously, back and forth. I think it was a Paulette playing more of that Brigitte, and then Sopa playing that Lucio on the other side. I mean, it just seems like it's map dependent, obviously, but they want to stick around with Paulette on the Brigitte and have that mainstay, obviously, with Momo on the Ana pretty much the whole time. Just have that consistent healing, have those consistent anti-grenades at times, and really overall very, very good Ana gameplay in general out of the flex support in Momo.
Yeah, so really big things to kind of look out there, and Guatemala will have to obviously take that into consideration, the anticipation for what sports they might have to be dealing with into that back line when they're looking to poke through their Moxie.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing whether or not we're going to see Guatemala have that improvement that a lot of some of these teams have made, especially with Ilios. One of the big problems that Guatemala faced was on the specific map. Well, we saw them attempt to go dive, but it became pretty obvious that their tank player not really that versed in the Winston. So I'm hoping that maybe we're going to be seeing a different approach coming through. But from Mexico's support lineup, like Dustin said, I think they're anticipating that dive. That's why we're seeing that Brigida from Paulette rather than the Lucio from Sopa.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing if Guatemala can pull these improvements through, or if we're going to be seeing Mexico just continuing to roll forward. We're heading over towards Ilios, and I'll let you guys just take it into the server.
All right, thank you, Ash. And obviously going into Ilios here, we maybe see some compositions favoring Guatemala's side, potentially. You know, obviously like a team like Mexico is super good at those dives, like you said, Moxie. They're really intelligent with those placements, with those dives in particular, and then also just setting up on hell to really do whatever he wants. Seems to be the game plan.
I hope that we're going to see Guatemala not try to mirror it, like we talked about yesterday, right? Bandit didn't really feel like a Winston player, wasn't really following up on the spacing created by either Richie or Aranas, and looking at the composition that that's showing, it feels like they've identified that themselves too, that Winston just wasn't working out for them, and instead they're just going to try and counter what Mexico is going to throw at them with this Ramatra being able to just zone a lot of the movement abilities that Mexico are going to be relying on using.
In fact, on the opposite side, Goblock's going to be onto that Tracer as well. Kind of create that space on hell over the top, just looking for that back line with dynamites, but it has a lot of pressure already from Bendit onto that Ramatra, playing a little bit more of those off-tank heroes, like you said, favoring the Ramatra, favoring the Junker Queen already early, so she's chunked down by the side of Mexico. Caps had to jump in, but now has to back up. Bendit walks forward towards that statue side and keeps poking down on hell over the top, working out for them quite well as they've rotated towards that point, aren't really in a whole lot of danger, although you're taking a lot of bullets directly from on hell. Good movement from Vinci to avoid that damage. In fact, Guatemala are the ones to take the point first.
Yeah, because they've got Bandit in a really good position with that primary from the ramp, you can just keep spamming the angle that this Ash is trying to take. However, Mexico with really good pincer are able to take down Richie, and that is one of the stopping powers keeping Mexico at bay. Now that the nade is removed, they can get mobile and jump into the back line.
Yeah, the rest of Guatemala falls, just Marleo back, and Mexico will reclaim that point at 26%.
A lot of stall potential as well. They're coming up on the nano boost, the primal, and then that's going to buy themselves the time to be able to cycle towards the bob. Okay, now we're going to be seeing Richie go on to that Sombras. Keep an eye on Chobolux, however. He is just sneaking forward. They don't really have a way of being able to contest him on the high ground, so when this pulse bomb attaches onto someone, they're going to have to try and use the Susie to be able to cleanse it.
Yeah, and already entering on the Vinci as well, early on. But what's now looking for that Lucio gets him incredibly low and actually finds him as well. Castle is nailed. Meanwhile, in the background, there's the pulse bomb connect as well into Bendit. The rest of Guatemala's side also has fallen to on hell over the top, and Momo as well. So Mexico continues their reign of the point.
Yeah, Mexico doing a very good job of just forcing Bandit into using that Nemesis form so that he doesn't have the ability to be able to shield some of that poke coming through from Angel, who can just go through those squishies. As now we're going to be seeing Guatemala just playing mystery heroes at the moment. This is the sign of a team in panic, a team that doesn't really know how to counter what they're up against, when you literally play one hero for one life and then swap back to the next.
Gonna go in now, have that Tsune rush ready to go. Bendit looking for the dive. Doing a good job using cover to avoid a lot of that damage coming in, but with the Brigitte up on the high ground and the rest of Mexico peeling, it's hard to do much as well as Bob towards that point. The beat comes out too late to save Richie. Aranas also falls to on hell over the top with a dynamite, who also then switches to Bendit, now able to kill Marleo as well, and they're already up to 80% last fight territory now.
There's just no way to shut down the Bob, no Ana, no Sombra. You'd already swapped over towards the Genji, so you can't just hack it and disable it that way. And Mexico can just keep control of that point, just shred Guatemala's health bar before the dive can properly come through and connect onto any of these squishies. And in this final fight, Mexico, they've got the primal, they're going to have the rally, they have so much sustainability. And with the Tracer against you, you just don't have the means of bursting through all that health bar.
And Marleo just walks towards that point, gets zapped to death by Assold, and the rest of Guatemala just falls immediately afterwards. Mexico with a statement round for them. Take round number one on Ilios over Guatemala.
Yeah, it feels unfortunate like Guatemala had a game plan. That game plan didn't really work, and we just sort of saw all of these different voices trying to throw out different solutions because they would just go through compositions, shedding those compositions every single time it didn't work out once. And that's not really the way that you want to play it. When you swap to something, there's a reason for it, and a lot of the time it revolves around building up into an ultimate. If you just keep resetting the heroes that you use, yeah, to a certain point in Overwatch 2, you do somewhat regain a little bit of ultimate charge, but you can't go past 30%, Dustin. So Mexico were always in control just of ultimate economy alone.
Yeah, they just totally controlled that round. Now Guatemala, you know, that was their round as well too, to potentially swap Richie over to Widowmaker, but obviously they got the game plan on control, just to have Richie maybe flex towards that May, a lot of those more, you know, brawly compositions or even dive at points for them. Taking that cage side though with the brawl, have Arnas onto that Reaper, but taking a ton of poke early. Bendet is incredibly low already to Choblux. Gets those heals though from Marleo on the backside. Notice that the Echoes here actually poke him out a little bit, but he's able to fly into the sky, avoid a lot of that damage. Castled is there as they focus onto the Echo and lose Vinzi mid-fight. They're trying to now regroup without their Lucio. A lot of that healing removed. Mexico's just surrounding them. Pellet does get poked low, but with on-hell Velato on this mini side, can follow up onto the May, who was slept, but the ice block eventually came through as it took a little bit of poke damage beforehand. Another icicle into the side of that Tracer, but it's the rest of Mexico who collapses onto Guatemala. Both Richie, Bendet, Marleo, Arenas all fall. Eventually, Vinci does as well, giving Mexico the first point.
So when you lose the Lucio, it's not the healing that you're going to be lacking. You've got a Moira, you have more than enough sustainability. It's the speed boost. It's the ability to be able to reposition. And Mexico, they understand that so well. They all just pile on Guatemala, who are just stuck in position and can do absolutely nothing. As again, we're going to see the comp swap come from Maleo onto that Kiriko for survivability when that dive hits, being able to use the Suzu as well to cleanse a lot of that poke damage coming out from these stickies from Chobolux. As Aranas on the nade with the cast.
Looks ready to go. Gets that copy early on health. Still has the pulse for him to use it because the rest of his team has already taken down Guatemala. Aggressive play from Momo. Mexico collapses on them. Fast team fight for them.
Really fast, and just not allowing Guatemala to be able to build up these ult charges. This is how you approach a team that is continuing to run through all of these different compositions. Use one ultimate, finish the fight as quickly as possible so that the 30% that they've managed to just keep a hold of when they comp swap is just not going to be able to get past anything close to what you already have.
On now looking at dueling Richie, pokes him out. The mini though used by Richie to get healthy as well, as Guatemala then walks in, but they're against the nano boost to Winston. That's already a good start. They didn't lose somebody instantly, but eventually Castle will find Arena. So, you know, really able to find that kill. End of the day, and Richie also falls. Marleo does find Choblux off the backside, but has to Suzy for himself. Swift step back to the main side, but an anti-grenade now to connect with no cleanse here after Marleo went so aggressive. Guatemala, though, does escape with their life. They're backing up now 80% of the board. They've regrouped, but a nice sleep dart from Momo again. Now Castle sitting with that Primal Rage, ready to zone out the back line if he needs to. Annihilation from Bentham on the opposite side, goes aggressive against Paulette with that rally. Meanwhile, Castle just bullies Arenas on the inside of the mini. Make sure he can't leave that side to regroup with the rest of his team, who's using that Kitsune Rush. Looking out for the rest of his damage. Potential boop in the pit as well, but they're up a man here. In this fight, Guatemala uses that beat to sustain 97-98% of the board. Guatemala tries to get that flip, but unfortunately, Castle is still here on the point, jumping into the air, able to get those kills from the main side. Gets poked a little bit, but has that cooldown of the shield to also avoid that pulse bomb that just came out from Richie. Also giving that nano boost on the opposite side on health. Takes a ton of damage from Arenas, but it's too late. Bendet actually just, falls off the map there? Doesn't even commits the jump off the map in that fight. Like, what was he doing there? But, you know, at the same time, Mexico has come back through this point. Maybe to avoid a lot of damage, just had to jump into the middle of the pit. Mexico will get that flip. There's just this Kiriko left on the point. Marleo and a Tracer. They're going to do so. Eventually, Marleo does fall. Just the Tracer now. If Richie gets that mini health pack, they're trying to continue this overtime, but he gets deleted by a Brigitte. And a very dominant win for Mexico on Ilios.
It's just the ultimate economy. It works against Guatemala time and time again. Like I said, when you reset those compositions so many different times, you're never going to be in control of the ultimates. And if you're not in control of the point, you need ultimates to be able to force them off of it so that you can zone and find the flip, so that even if you don't win the fight itself, you're at least building up point percentage. And that never really happens. And we just see Mexico, they don't have to have any respect for zoning Guatemala away. They literally just wait for that ram to walk past, and instantly the Winston on every single squishy left behind in that Ram's wake.
Yeah, and this is exactly why we talk about Mexico being that top 3, potentially even top 2 teams in this group, because they are, kind of, it seems like head and shoulders above the rest of the teams in this group potentially, right? It feels like they're the only team to really take a map off of Team USA. Obviously, it was very dependent on the circumstance, but regardless, the same thing just happened previously. Like we just saw that last game between USA and obviously and Puerto Rico obviously went very, very fast. And for the opposite side of Mexico, they were able to take that map in a very, very cheesy situation for USA. And now over Guatemala, they're looking like that kind of dominant team, kind of in USA fashion over them to get that first map win.
Yeah, they're looking like a smart team. That's the big difference to me. We saw 2 different forms of tempo come through from them when you look at how they played that map 1 of Ruins. A lot of slow plays, a lot of relying on Angel Velada to be able to hit things like the dynamites, to be able to just allow Castle to go in very, very quickly, find those kills, and then jump back to the rest of his team, baiting out a lot of the utilities to make sure that you're not punished when they initially started out with Richie on that Cassidy. And then on that second map, they identify that, okay, we're just going to keep pushing, and there's no way that they can really recover. And they get incredibly aggressive and incredibly speedy. A team that's able to just do both at such a high level, so decisively and so coordinated, is absolutely the reason why, like you said, they are honestly a contender to go up against the likes of Canada.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that game. And from Mexico's side, obviously they still need to get the victory here in a 2-0 fashion. Would be great for them. Continue having that decent map differential with that +1 over USA. That could be huge for them getting this 2-0 today, and then potentially having a close up with Canada could really make this group spicy. And on the opposite side, maybe for Guatemala's team, Moxie, I mean, we talked about it before. Really, their saving grace is just having Richie on the Widow, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately, we also discussed this before. If you have a carry Widowmaker, it's very easy for a team to still be able to take that Widowmaker down just because of how long the shots take. If you coordinate, we don't have collaterals in Overwatch, right? Bullets can't go through other heroes to connect. So you can sacrifice one of your players, but still guarantee that you take the Widowmaker down. And then once the Widowmaker's lost the angle, it's incredibly easy to be able to catch her every single time she comes out of that spawn ship.
True. And maybe to touch on something as well, maybe people are wondering if they're Guatemalan fans or if they're just Overwatch fans in general. They're maybe wondering, okay, like why is, Guatemala not playing to their strengths? Why are they not putting Richie on that Widow? But, a lot of it's meta dependent, right, Moxie? It feels like a lot of these teams, even depending on whatever their strengths are, they tend to favor running the meta because of what they practice, right? Because of all those sort of things. Is that, what do you think that reason is? Is it just because of the fact that it's really all meta dependent for a lot of these teams, why they opt to not play towards some of their strengths, like having Richie on the Widow?
Well, I mean, again, Widow gets counted by a vast majority of what Mexico were running on that first map, right? When you have a Winston and you have a Widowmaker, 12-second cooldown compared to a Winston jump cooldown. The Winston's always going to have more mobility. He can literally bait that grapple out and then still be able to just chase you with the jump, and he's going to be able to get on top of you before that cooldown comes back into play.
You're right, 100%. Next map's going to be King's Row. And maybe to elaborate a little bit further as well on that same note, when we talk about like teams, like you said, I mean, there's just too many cooldowns to deal with there. And also, like they've been practicing a lot of these more brawly compositions to potentially counter that. Yes, Richie on Widow is like their only play, but also, even like you said, if they have Richie on Widow, they'll just get shut out. And, a lot of that comes down to just like if Mexico is just the great team, which we think they are. Obviously, they're winning this game so far, going into Kings Row up 1. When you're that team that's in a little bit of a lesser position, you obviously want to try to potentially run run the same meta to just continue that maybe mirror matchup on both sides. And, a lot of times it can feel a bit hopeless. I feel like for a lot of these like lower tier teams, I feel like, it's very easy to get in a situation where as a fan, you're like, why didn't they just do this? Why didn't they do this? But it's like, even if they did that, you explained it perfectly, Moxie. Even if they did play that Widowmaker, they'd probably get shut out in some way. I just know fans like to like come back and they say, okay, this is obviously going to happen. Obviously Guatemala maybe should lock the Widowmaker to mix some things up. But a lot of times it might just not be there for you as a team, regardless of what the meta is. it potentially just might be a kind of hopeless situation for you, especially against a team like Mexico, which just is seemingly so dominant at the moment.
The harsh reality is that in where we are at the moment for current Overwatch meta, we are out of when DPS, one solo DPS could carry an entire team to victory. We've seen so many different heroes come through on all of these different roles that just make it so easy for them to be able to verse up against that DPS. So just make that DPS's life an absolute nightmare, right? You look at Ramatra, his primary, he can literally just keep spamming the angle side. It was something that Guatemala actually did to try to deal with that Ashe on Ruins. They just sent Bendit on that Ramatra to just try and use those fears to just continue to zone that Ashe off of the angle. Well, that's something that Mexico can do if Richie runs out on the Widowmaker. Same for something like a Kiriko. You can play incredibly aggressive, and guess what? Kunai do a whole bunch of damage, 140 per every single headshot. So that's one headshot and a body shot and one dead Widow.
It's just not really that viable in the current meta, but you know what is? Having that Hanzo, and instead of having Arnas on to that Hanzo, this time they're often with Richie, kind of like that swap through for Guatemala potentially could work out for them as well, as Bende goes incredibly low. Force sees that immortality field early, though. Mexico still not having to use theirs, giving up a lot of that space. Richie still is given that time to look for the one shots, but same is on Hell over that top, looking for the shots. Does use that Sonic onto the back line, but he does get a body shot from that back, and Richie's found Jovelus. Great trade for him, but they've lost Bendit. They've lost their tank player. Momo's found 2 already in this fight with that kind of Baptiste aggressive play style that Momo's afforded that space for. Gets a little 3K in that fight too, and Mexico take that point A.
Immediate swap as well, Bendit onto that Ramatra, understanding that, okay, if there's a Ram on the other side, we're not going to be able to Rhine. If everyone tries to be able to play off of the space that Rhine creates, that safety that the Rhine shield should allow Richie in that 1v1 duel against Downhell, they're going to go down to the cleave pummel coming through from his area. So Guatemala forced off of the composition that they wanted to play incredibly early on. This is what Mexico's been so good at, making all of these other teams play to their own tempo.
And by the way, Hysteria in the lineup too, onto that Ramatra could enable them that a bit more, like you said, and that Hanzo shot comes in early from Richie. No kill though onto Momo, even though it looked like it was through the Ant Matrix, still lived through it. Now the Ant Matrix is on both sides, eventually fall. No ultimates just yet either. Richie desperately trying to build that Dragon Strike. Mexico trying to go forward as well, uses their Maywall aggressively. No kills just yet on either side. In fact, the first Annihilation built for Hysteria, built there so fast. Vinzi gets caught out. They're not ready to disengage. They try to Dragon Strike, disengage, and use the Immortality field here, but Mexico's far too aware of it. Evernus also falls on Guatemala's side, so that's down 2, and they opt to just run away and reset.
Aaron, Guatemala had to sacrifice the Dragon Strike to be able to guarantee that they only lost Vinzi in that one. And look at the angle that Angel Velado is going to be taking. He's on an off angle. Sonic's going to come through. Immediately, they're going to know when Guatemala are trying to make this recontest, if they even attempt it, as that payload nears checkpoint B. And he's just sitting on the Dragon Strike, waiting for them to move forward.
Mexico kind of just letting them back into this. Vinzi gets poked out and dies yet again. Another Blizzard here in this fight gives Angel that 2K. Now they look forward to continue pushing this card, and so far they've not been stopped by Guatemala. They move it into the third now.
And they're saving the Dragon Strike as well. They literally throw in the Blizzard, and they know that all of those players frozen, that they have so much trust in Angel Velado on that off angle, being uncontested, being able to land those headshots, that they've got the Dragon Strike to be able to peel when Aranas tries to use this Blizzard from Guatemala to slow things down.
I know Mexico's like winning pretty hard at the moment, but I would like to see them play a bit more aggressive and forward versus a team like Guatemala. They've used the Dragon Strike to defensive as a defensive play versus that Blizzard. Now they're not able to find any kills from that Blizzard because of it. Mexico's incredibly low, so Pellet commits that beat drop and a Matrix in this fight to stop that push from Bendit. He did get a beat drop as well in this fight, so they have that Ant Matrix available versus Mexico, who have no ultimates, but now they go push forward, or at least Pellet does. They don't want to push past the Ant Matrix, even though they potentially could have off Pellet. Pellet gets almost caught out there, but narrowly avoids some of those shots in terms of that in terms of the amplification matrix on Hell off the back. Also has found Marleo. Maywall perfectly placed, allows them to pick off Bendit in this fight, give him that 2K, make it a 3, and now 4 for Hysteria in this fight. Keep holding on to those ultimates as well. Mexico is trying to get this last cap with a lot of time on the clock.
New May and Ram just have such good synergy with that new slows. Guatemala going to be putting Vinzi onto that Zen, just trying to go for the glass cannon, the damage to chunk through Mexico without the ultimates. They just need to stall for Richie to build into the Dragon Strike, but they're just not getting past spawn.
No, they're not. They try to walk out, but Hysteria is there. Everybody else on that payload. Mexico's trying to get one of the fastest times we've seen so far in these qualifiers. 3 minutes and 57 seconds over Guatemala. They cap out on King's Row.
Again, this team is just incredibly smart. They see, okay, Guatemala wants to run this Reinhardt. We're going to force you off with the Reinhardt. Reinhardt versus Ramatra. It's always a really rough one for the Reinhardt, right? He's got a shield, just like you. But hey, look, he has constant ranged poke as opposed to you who have 2 fire strikes on a pretty chunky cooldown. So you are just forced to immediately bend the knee. And that forcing off was just a big sign of Guatemala not really understanding how to play the composition, not getting the timing either to be able to set the composition up for its win conditions, because right from Streets phase, Mexico just continued to keep hounding and pressuring and sitting on an ultimate so that they always have something to be able to derail Guatemala's plan.
It's so tough for Guatemala at the moment. And let me know if you agree with me here, Moxie. I feel like with Mexico, obviously they're stomping pretty hard at the moment over Guatemala. But, you know, for their side, a big takeaway, at least from a coaching perspective, I feel like I would like to see them play even more aggressive, make sure Guatemala doesn't have time to set up, because they're kind of giving Guatemala a lot of 5 versus 5s. When I'm sure you've noticed it, Moxie, whenever they're up 5 versus 3, they could extend even further, right? To pick off those players. Yeah,
absolutely. I think a lot of it was actually down to just respecting King's Row C. It can become real easy for an attacking team to just get a little too blinded by that aggression and very quickly lose control of your time bank. As Guatemala now on the attack are going to have Richie on that Widowmaker for a matter of seconds before he's going to be forced to swap onto a Bastion.
Bastion with the Lifeweaver.
Still on the Lifeweaver. Give him the platform. Lift him up. Put him on the statue of the top hat, please.
I mean, that'll counter the, I guess it'll counter the Maywall, right, to some degree, but on hell opts to just destroy Marleo as they walk in. Bendet also falls. Richie without that front line, and Deanna falls immediately as well. And there we go, Mexico coming for that spawn camp, walls it off as well. Already first fight win.
Bastion works on King's Row attack when you have a Symmetra, because then you can TP up on top of the statue and you have full vantage point of the defenders because you avoid getting through choke. And Guatemala, unfortunately, not running that sim, have to deal with choke, have to deal with Angel controlling Cinema.
And I like this so far for Mexico. They're finally starting to understand, like, they can play incredibly aggressive if they want to. Just at that choke point, setting up Angel on the left side, looking for those one-shots, not able to find it just yet. Onto that Hanzo, maybe not one of his best characters, considering he's so good at the Tracer. Immortality field to sustain versus that Vortex from Bendet. Guatemala's trying to walk in now, build towards that life tree on that main side as well, but they're not afforded that spacing. They haven't gotten past that choke yet. Anti-grenade from Marleo onto the main means that Troblus can cleanse it with just that ice block form. Now they have to deal with Annihilation as well into the face of that Bastion. Anna in that back line can't do much against it. They used the Tree of Life there, Moxie, but obviously that did absolute air versus Mexico's push.
So much peel coming through from Mexico. The second anyone goes potentially low, Maywall Annihilation, just to make sure that all of these members are alive and kicking and able to just continue to hold Guatemala in this choke for as long as possible. Zone right on their spawn door, as well as Angel Velado. There's no way he goes for the Dragon Strike into spawn right now. He's holding on to that ultimate. Mexico, like I said, they're aggressive, but they're smart about their aggression. They hold on to the ultimates and use them, not necessarily, but every single time that they want to use that Dragon Strike, it's mostly to counter Guatemala's own ults.
Uh-oh, guys. Bastion's ulting. Whatever shall we do? Wait, he got a kill! What the heck is Momo doing? He got picked. Okay, they nano the Genji. They got the blade. And it actually dashes up to Angel. Troblux also falls last second. Guatemala will take advantage of Mexico. Coming towards that point now. They look to grab one tick. Mexico making some quick swaps. They want to recontest here. We'll have that amplification matrix ready to go there against an Annihilation. Bendit, this is all on you, buddy. You got to stop this push right here and now. Pops that Annihilation, breaks the Immortality field. They kill Hysteria, but Troblus has found Richie. They need to find some more. I would like to see Bendit get a little bit more. He hasn't popped the Annihilation until now. Now gets one. On to another. That make that a 3. They actually get more in the backline, though. Paulette and Troblus are trading during this fight. Luckily, Bendit is there with the pummel, and Guatemala have done it. They take point A.
Yeah, good use of Annihilation. Bendit holds on to it until he sees that matrix from Momo. Knows that he has to force that Baptiste away from being able to just heal everybody from Mexico's side on point, looking to dive in to that backline and take them down to the Ramatra without those supports would go down so fast, but he's able to take down the backline as a result of the ram ult. And we're going to see Guatemala finally get towards streets, but yet again, there's another choke for Mexico to take advantage of.
Yeah, and this aggression is working. So for them, nice life rest. Save that backline, but they've already lost Richie. Bendit also falls, and here comes the Mexico spawn camp yet again.
Richie onto the Ash to accommodate. If you try and group up towards that spawn, they're going to be hit by a lot of this dynamite AoE damage. Should buy themselves a little bit of room to be able to break out. The problem is that Troblox is going to be sitting on that blade. Doesn't have an AMER, however, but Guatemala don't really have the means of being able to deal with it. Please check this corner.
No, 1, 2, 3. And Angel kills one. Now Marleo sees him, but it's not after Angel has found 2. And now can also dive onto Vinci, getting rid of him. Just have that Ana and that front line of the Ramatra, but not able to find that kill either. Gives Mexico the capability of just finding Bendit eventually and keeping that spawn camp up.
Guatemala's forces are so split. Maleo is nowhere near Bendit. And as a result, Mexico, with that spawn camp, just get to continue draining this time bank down and down and down without investing a single ultimate.
Mexico still sitting above the point. 1 minute and 40 seconds left to go, or above the payload runner. Blade's still ready to go as well if they want to use it in this fight. Also the Annihilation still able to go the choke, and now decides to pop it against that right tree from Vinci. That cap could potentially come through, but Angel shuts it down. Richie's goes out of the lobby back into their spawn as they have to continue to back up from that Annihilation. It looks like they finally are going to get a re-engage as they respawn. On the inside, Blade comes through. Nano Boost as well onto Richie, so it doesn't actually connect onto Arnas, who is popping that Blade. They've got the Immortality field. Choblox goes deep, but it's a nice sleep from Marleo on the Choblox. But they don't have to follow through damage because it's just an Ana and a Life Weaver. So it looks like he potentially could live on the high ground. In fact, he does, and he dashes back into Arnas. Marleo also falls to Paulette. And unfortunately for Guatemala, they go to that payload, but they've forgotten. They're getting spawn camp. You can't just leave for that objective. You got some members of Mexico in your spawn to deal with. Bendet's desperately trying to back up, get some of those heals. And finally, Guatemala's looking like they're going to regroup.
Yeah, by going towards that payload, however, they have forced Mexico away from the spawn doors and allowed the space to be cleared for Bendit to come in with Annihilation. Good zone to be able to collapse onto Parallax, so the Lucio doesn't manage to disengage, as that deflect is going to be running out in a matter of moments, but Bendit just can't afford to push. They lose Richie trying to just push into Angel Velado, and Guatemala aren't going to be able to find the picks that they were looking to stagger Mexico down further.
I mean, this game, Mox, this is how you can tell the difference between, some of the top teams like USA stomping and a team like Mexico stomping. It just looks completely different. Mexico at times will lose team fights where it feels like USA wouldn't on the opposite side. Ant Matrix now for Momo down below. Guatemala trying to sustain, build up towards that Nano Boost on Marleo's side. Mexico looking for that pick. They don't have any ultimates yet either. Angel looking for that Hanzo shot during this fight. Potentially could get that one shot, but in fact built the Dragon Strike instead, which will cut off Bendit from his backline. But he's got those heals. Nano Boost to Genji onto Angel, but he's got to find that kill. Luckily, Richie and Arnas combined for those two. Troblox looking to go for that trade to build the Blade. Also, Hysteria is popping the ultimate, so it could work out for them. But Troblox falls while blading. It's just Hysteria against the rest of Guatemala. Could he do it potentially now at a 1 versus 2? Has that humble form, that Nemesis form that he could get into. Benda uses it early to chase him down, but Hysteria has his back up. Can grab the health pack, but he doesn't grab it actually. Gets zoned away. Down to 110 HP. He's waiting for his team to regroup here, but can't even touch the payload. It's going to be on the Lucio. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left. They do touch it. Just Vinci on the point. Going for the secure and no beat in time from Vinci. Paulette's there with his own beat drop, saving the beat for the plane ride home. Looks like Mexico stopped Guatemala in the second phase and take that 3-0 or 2-0.
Not really voluntarily saving the beat for that one, Dustin. He is target focused down by everyone on Mexico. They are fully understanding of how close Vinci is to Siren Barrier, and he literally goes down as it comes up. For a second, I thought it might actually have been cancelled mid-def animation, but what a stand. What a King's Row defense that Mexico are able to post. They did fall towards the spawn, but we did get to see a little bit more of streets, but the turnaround, the fact that they can just rubber band back in with that ram, even the swap onto the Kiriko as well, a true staple for these teams understanding if you want to regroup fast, have a support who can cross those distances in the blink of an eye.
Let's bring back Ash to kind of break down what just happened there between Mexico and Guatemala. Welcome back, Ash. Good to see you again in just a second. hopefully we'll have you on the desk here.
Well, I don't know if I'll be doing so much of that breakdown as it is the birthday girl Moxie doing it for us on the desk here, Dustin. But overall, I feel like that's tough for Guatemala. Now they're looking at that last place spot here within the Americas Group A. So the only team currently 0-3, of course. A couple of the teams do get that bye day that we had yesterday. But Mexico, I mean, you said it honestly perfectly, Dustin. I think just the fact that they are able to stomp a team like Guatemala, but it's not the same as when you see someone like the States do it.
Yeah, Mexico looks really good. I do want to preface it by saying that, okay, I'm not trying to take anything away from Mexico when I say that. It's just a matter of, if from the outside, I feel like you can kind of tell between certain 2-0s and other 2-0s, right? It seems like Mexico is still dominant over a team like Guatemala, but it isn't to that level just yet where you're seeing a lot of those incredibly aggressive plays, a lot of that forward positioning to get those pickoffs potentially, a lot of really tight spawn camps with the whole team. At times we saw Asteria go to the spawn doors by himself, but then we saw a lot of payload pushers. We saw pretty much Lucio, the DPS is pushing that payload, and not a lot of getting those objective kills and stuff. They did get a lot of the time bank. I mean, obviously it was a really fast time on King's Row, but I just would like to see a bit more aggression out of them as a team, because they have the skill to do it.
And then on top of that too, like I want to touch back over on Ilios there, Moxie. You were talking about how it was the mystery heroes were a big issue there for Guatemala. The fact that they were continuously resetting those ultimates, kind of just picking anything that they possibly could to counter, but not building off of it.
Yeah, we start again on King's Row as well, right? There's a lot of heroes in Overwatch.
Yeah.
It can be really hard to be able to just be incredibly flexible, especially on DPS, which is how many there are. And it was the same thing on King's Row, where they had the Bastion, but we didn't really get to see the Bastion being used in the way that Bastion against this composition should. A lot of the time, Mexico weren't actually forced to bait out the wheels on the Bastion. It wasn't being used to shred the May wall either, to be able to break a lot of the choke control that Mexico had that was holding Guatemala off for so long. They didn't run it alongside a Sim 2, which was my biggest pet peeve. When you're running that Bastion, why would you run it alongside a Genji? Genji works incredibly well with things like a Winston or a Tracer, where you have DPS that are able to group up and go after one specific target at a time. Bastion rips everything up, but has to have the vantage point in space to be able to do so. That's why he synergies incredibly well with Symmetra, who can put him in these spots where he's incredibly hard to reach, as opposed to literally just being ground floor of King's Row and incredibly easy to jump on.
I 100% agree with Mox here as well. And with the Symmetra pick, could potentially show something for them there. And, you know, despite potential composition changes they could make, I think on top of Richie Rock and the Bastion, it just seems like they either through Bendet or something, they just couldn't keep their front line alive. Bendet at times would just kind of die trying to create some space, or just falter in general, maybe leaving his team behind. You know, I think that's another reason as well, with the fact the composition wasn't ideal necessarily for Guatemala's side. I would like to see Bendet maybe help his team a little bit more, or just generally maybe improve a bit more on those tank roles to allow Richie some of that space.
No, for sure. And then I want to do some like fun comparing and contrasting here, Moxie. We saw Vinzi pulling out the Life Weaver, and then we also saw Rupel doing it for the side of Team USA in the match before up against Puerto Rico. And I would just want to like get your thoughts on like the way that these two support players played the Life Weaver hero, considering we don't get to see it too often.
Yeah, so Rupel played the Life Weaver hero to, one, be able to just poke squishies as they came through from those different chokes, to be able to funnel them towards the rest of his team, aka, you know, Collusion on that Wrecking Ball, or just Aspire on the Tracer, Hydron on the Echo. When we saw the Life Weaver being used here, it was mostly to try to navigate around the choke, because, I mean, that's where you get a lot of your power on King's Row. It's always about holding on to that high ground for as long as possible and getting through some of those really tight spaces. The first opening choke onto A, and then that second gate around B, where a lot of times teams in the defense literally give up the point, prioritize holding down that particular space so that they can burn off more time bank in the future.
Well, really interesting points to be made, and I guess something we can look towards to see if Life Weaver does ever make it into that meta into the future and whatnot, and see what kinds of innovation will be able to be pulled out by players going forward as well. But before we wrap up here onto this matchup that we just saw between Mexico and the side of Guatemala. I just want to get your final thoughts here, Dustin, on what you think this really means for Guatemala going forward.
I think for Guatemala, this means they're probably going to be that bottom seed. I hate to say it. It just seems like at the end of the day, Guatemala really, I'm glad to see them. It's always nice to see representation across the world. So it's good to see them. But I think at the end of the day, kind of every other team, it seems like in this group is a little bit ahead at the moment.
Well, we'll see how they're able to do. And again, it's a learning experience for a lot of these teams, especially with the fact that South American Contenders just hasn't been around for a couple of years now. So opportunity to kind of put their faces back out there, get that experience under their belts. But we do have one last matchup for today. So you guys stay tuned for Costa Rica versus Canada right on the other side of this break. It's time for the final match of week 1 of the Overwatch World Cup. We were just talking about contenders in the green room, and I almost said that off the top of my tongue. But when it comes down to it, this is the end of week 1, and we're wrapping up with Costa Rica versus Canada. And Canada, Moxie, yesterday they did get that bye day, that day off to not quite relax, because I think they had some things to work on after facing off against USA.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the big talking point for this team. Are they going to be able to stomp Costa Rica, or are we going to be scratching our heads about where Canada could potentially be placing? Because we just saw Mexico do pretty darn well, and if Canada is not able to complete this win in a dominant and determined fashion, Mexico is going to start sliding up in terms of my predictions for where these groups are going to finish off.
Yeah, it's kind of scary, because for Costa Rica, it's an opportunity to even get further ahead, right? Hit that 2-1. Meanwhile, for Canada, it would be equalizing there in that scoreline, Dustin.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is a very important game, obviously for Canada. It's a rough game to start out with, right? I think that's not talked about enough here. Obviously, Canada, not really a 5, number 5 as they are in the current group settings at the moment, under Costa Rica. So obviously they want to get that win now, but that's a rough start, obviously, against USA, which are a fantastic team in their own right. So, it's got to be, this is the game that they got to get that 2-0 similarly fashion that USA got it done.
And yesterday we saw Costa Rica face up against the likes of the team Guatemala, where it was a pretty dominant fashion overall. And I just want to hear a little bit about what your expectations are for this squad now, just after seeing yesterday's performance, Moxie.
I mean, they improved. This is the thing. They came across on day 1 as just incredibly stubborn, not wanting to swap some of those heroes, sacrificing a lot of ultimate charges because of it. And then when we saw them on that second day, it was pretty much just a different team entirely. Really good coordination, really good callouts coming through from them, fantastic usages of ultimates as well, not holding on to them for so long, swapping as well when the situation called for it. This is a Costa Rica who looked at that performance on day 1 and saw that they needed to make improvements, and that's the exact position that Canada are finding themselves in. Now we just have to see if they're making that same journey.
Yeah, at the very least, Dustin, they did get that opportunity to kind of sit back, watch the games yesterday, as well as probably put some practice in, all things considered, because that match, again, versus Team USA wasn't nearly as close as we were expecting. So Canada, with this particular roster lineup as well, have some things to prove.
They do for sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of people say, where's the juicer? Where's XQC on Team Canada? Like, obviously, he's an old player now, obviously really not Overwatch professional player anymore. But, obviously that's why you have false in the lineup. I think some people say that jokingly, obviously. Some people say it's serious. Like, it's legitimately, people think XQC is still a good player. Like, I think at times he was solid. I don't think he was ever top tier, at least when I played. Obviously, I was never top tier either. So, I mean, I can say that from my perspective. And I think that in this lineup as it stands, Team Canada's still a really good roster. They just kind of have to shape things together, maybe get a little more experience with false, maybe get Mateball, doing his typical stuff, have Crimso and Cal on that flex support kind of role, and then also just really enable Noxious and Seeker to kind of learn how to flex, maybe understand what compositions work for them best, and that'll really lead Canada to success in the World Cup.
And just knowing these two teams here, Moxie, knowing now that we're also heading towards Lijiang Tower first, what are the expectations? Set the stakes for us as what you think we're going to be seeing coming out on this map.
A lot of flexibility, to be honest. There isn't one staple meta for Lijiang. There are so many different ones depending on what specific map that you get. Sometimes Dive is strongest, sometimes Rush is strongest. A lot of the time we actually see some teams really try and come out with that Ramatra versus Rhine, and they sometimes get the call on what the other team is going to do wrong and have to give up the first fight as a result. So it really is going to come down to the intelligence of both of these sides on anticipating what the other is going to come out with to give them a better start.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing map number 1 here onto Lijiang Tower for the last matchup of today's Overwatch World Cup, America's online qualifiers for week number 1. Dustin, Moxie, take it away.
Last game, guys, of the day and of the first week, Moxie, is brought to you by Ash there. And obviously on Lijiang Tower is going to be our first one here. Moxie, do you think that this is going to be yet again another 2-0, or is this team, Puerto Rico going to put up a bit of a challenge versus Canada?
I mean, I think for Canada, it has to be a 2-0, right?
Yeah,
this is their first match after that matchup against US. They need to make that statement piece that they are the second best team in this region, that the USA match was a fluke. It was either just starting nerves or trying to find that synergy and gel together as a team, because like you said in that startup, these players do not traditionally fall under the same umbrella of a team. They're brought from all of these different places, some from OWL, some from contenders, but even from contenders, they play against each other, not with each other.
See if it works out this time. Obviously, having Noxious locked towards that Tracer needs a lot of experience, right? More reps that he can get on the Tracer should enable him. Obviously, a very talented scan player in his own right. Meanwhile, Seeker as well. Like I said, talk about them in a very similar vein. So obviously, Yadelo's going to be taking that duel in the sky with Seeker, looking for that fight, but gets shut down immediately with some Ana shots from Crimzo. And the follow-up is there for now Seeker, so Benji can't get that res. Gets rid of him too, so both that Mercy and the Pharah gone. Crimzo also could deal with that backline as Noxious is able to take out Winter. Team Canada win the first fight.
There's that experience. Benji tried to go for that res, used GA a little bit too early. Wasn't able to find it, and as a result did not have the shift on cooldown to be able to escape the guard dog that was Seeker, as Yadelo immediately going to be swapping off of the Fire onto the Echo, trying to push onto Magic Maple, who's not playing the Lucy, was playing that Mercy pocket to keep Seeker topped up and allowing him to find these 2 taps. And Canada has sustainability over Costa Rica as well. Costa Rica have mobility, but with the Kiriko there rather than the Ana, Barrow is relying on health packs.
And Yadelo's already found the Tracer of Noxious, so that's a great opening pick, almost getting that point 2. Contested by False, though, towards that point. I mean, I like what Costa Rica are trying to do with that swap from Yadelo over to that Echo. They were up a man, but now Noxious is back in this fight as well. Towards the coastal side. Yadelo tries to go, but Winter goes down to Noxious. Crimson was able to pop off the Nano onto Noxious, who was on that Tracer. Maybe he was going for that Pharah instead, but Noxious, you know, it can't really do much with that Tracer. Nanoboost already runs out. Baru's down Crimzo. On towards that point. Canada still have that control, but the down Crimzo, Noxious gets booped into the air, does not have that recall. Seeker is able to find Yadelo. And you're kind of seeing Noxious on that Tracer. Obviously, maybe getting some Glock from the side too. Didn't use the recall there, maybe a little overconfident. But they get that point flip too. Obviously, Canada just giving up that point. They're not ideal. Seeker, though, able to find Benji towards that coastal side. Still has that barrage ready to go. Suzu used now. Able to go for that pulse one, whatever Noxious wants. Looking for Winter to get that recontest, and they do so. Canada takes that point back, though. Wrecking Ball ultimate used on both sides. Full spawn committed, but it's into a barrage now from Seeker, who's able to find some value with False's grenades or ultimate on Winter and Red Tube. Able to hold on to that point is Canada.
Yeah, they tried to stall with Barrow's mines, but Costa Rica, unfortunately, let the flip come through first, so Canada are the ones who, even with both hammers using that ultimate, find far more value, and are now going to find far more value with this pharmacy composition, being able to just spam all of these entrances that Costa Rica are going to just have to walk through to be able to tap onto this point before we hit overtime.
Baru already taking a lot of poke, forces his supports to back up to get those heals, leaving maybe these DPSs alone towards that point. Recall from Winter early can now be chased down by Canada, and he just does so. Now overtime ticks down, 99% on the board. Costa Rica are down the Tracer player. Baru comes in touch. Do force out Noxious, who does not have that recall, just tosses a pulse amount, gets to that mini. Slam eventually comes through, but Benji's there with the Valkyrie. Costa Rica have rotated towards that point. Winter should be back in time. False tries to get onto this Rico towards the outside of the point, but Yadelo's the one able to find Crimson earlier, and it's a Wrecking Ball fight happen towards the point. Noxious is able to find Web2, who gets resurrected. Rolling away is False as Costa Rica regroup towards that point. They get the cap. They have an even fight now going towards that main side. They're looking to fight Canada, who actually Yadelo finds Seeker again. I mean, he's been so impactful on this Echo so far, able to find these opening kills for Team Costa Rica, who has desperately been needing them. Canada's still setting up these flanks on the outside as they regroup.
They've got the nano boost, however, Seeker is going to go into the Echo, and this is when it gets a little bit concerning, because False, he has the hammer mines too. If everyone has to deal with Seeker nano boosted, they're going to let the flip come through, and the hammer mines can just absolutely like handle full control.
Seeker's already found those two, like you said. False rolling around the low ground, able to find some space, but Seeker yet again off screen kills 3 by himself with that nano boost, able to open things for Team Canada. And they cap that point back. 4K for Seeker as we're on that Wrecking Ball POV. Overtime now taking down Tracer. Lucio coming to touch, but Canada gonna shut that down. Take round number 1.
The anticipation of the Lucio swap, the interception with the Echo stickies. and just the absolute deletion of that Lucio. Seeker cast Disintegrate, and it was a nat 20. As Canada, they had a game plan. The second that they had that nano boost, whether Seeker was on Pharah, whether he was on Echo, the exact same plan would have been put into motion. Send him in, be that distraction, pull Costa Rica's entire focus into dealing with that one DP as having to peel for their team, and alive also with the Hammermind's full control of the point, full control of the flip. And Canada's so close in point percentage, easily able to translate it into a win on Night Market as we head towards Control Center. And this is where it's so important that you're able to read out what your opponent runs.
Walk through towards that inside. Towards that outside, though, Canada is going towards the point. Rotating around that central point. Seeker on that Bastion. Great work from him to set up towards the back end. Lucio still here. Has that boop as well. Falls with the slam. Seeker with the follow-up, and perfect execution from Canada as they baited Costa Rica towards that point with the TP play, and that's a fast team wipe before the point has even unlocked.
Yeah, concussor from Bastion 2 is so hard for Costa Rica to try to deal with, because if they're all coming out from that Symmetra's TP, they're all clumped up. They're all going to take the damage. Look at Seeker's ultimate charge. He's already 44% to the next artillery strike, and now Costa Rica losing their first fight are the ones that have to swap their composition. Symmetra is gone, and so it's going to be a Mei to try to just survive the barrage of pain that Canada have with this Bastion.
Going forward, the Bastion able to get a lot of spam damage as False and Crimzo combined yet again, and too much pressure, too much damage at the moment, it seems like, for Costa Rica to deal with, Mox.
Yeah, this is the problem as well. By running this Lucio alongside this composition for Canada, they have the means of navigating that Mei wall, and Yodella's wall, against just so much damage that Seeker can output, such a fast fashion as well, is not going to stand up to snuff for long. So Costa Rica are going to have to be incredibly careful that they don't lose anyone in rotation. That's why we're seeing them having to go all the way through Generator.
Got the Ant Matrix wall used early, doesn't cut off them inside, but now that Bastion ultimate into the Hanzo. Nice double jump away, though. Winter gets that off as Canada doesn't find any kills with the ultimate, but it still forced Costa Rica back, who have built that coalescence to re-engage with. But against that Mei wall, could get split off here. Vortex Mei wall, they do get split like we mentioned before. It's allowing Seeker to find the follow-up damage with no heals. That's a 2K for him. Canada close out now, 70% of the board nearly for them, entering last fight territory.
Fight one ultimate use from Canada, rinse and repeat. False now sitting on Annihilation. Nox is going to have that Blizzard. And Costa Rica, yet again, just as we saw in Night Market, having absolutely no choice but to walk straight into it. And they need to survive for these ultimates to come through.
Now they have that Blizzard. Oh, they're able to actually get that kill onto Seeker on the opening engage, but they can't sustain through all the damage via that Blizzard. Yudella trying to juke through that Nemesis form, but it's too hard, 290%, and I'm sure we're about to see a bit of a spawn camp now to Costa Rica. They go to touch that spawn door, 95%, have that beat. Running into the spawn, why don't you? Dragon Strike as well. Nobody else can touch when the point gets to about 90% for Team Canada, and that's a very, very clean first map for them over Costa Rica.
Yeah, not overstepping as well from Canada. That's really impressive. Like, if we do see something like a Tracer or a Sombra swap come through from Costa Rica side, where they just send one person to go tap onto that point and pull Canada's focus away from the choke and all of the regrouping members of Costa Rica as they come through those really dangerous spaces, that is when we could have seen Canada get broken up and split apart. But they all make sure that they just play as one well-oiled unit. And when you're running a Bastion composition at the start of the match and you get to finish the match with the Bastion, that goes to show how dominant you have been at holding down one control point for just one entire go.
Great work from Team Canada. Obviously getting that first map. Now we go to that second Moxie, and obviously it seems like in this situation Canada can kind of do what they want, kind of warm up together, kind of figure things out. Does it look like Canada's kind of becoming a bit more, you know, fast? They look a bit more coordinated, right? They've been looking a bit more synergistical together after a bit of time has passed, right?
Yeah, I think, like you said, time has been something that this roster has needed, either to just settle into the synergy or settle into the communication structure. Because now we are seeing that communication come through in full force. They are all so confident. When you're going for a pharmacy, we talk about it time and time again, you sacrifice one of your supports. And if you're running the AMER as that second support, granted it's probably Crimso's best hero, it's still a whole lot of vulnerability, especially when you're playing up against an Echo, a Tracer, and a Hammond, all of whom have the means of being able to collapse on top of you and bring you down before the Pharah or the Echo can turn around and peel for you. It then becomes about whether or not you can pull the res off, and again, that comes back to just trustful exercises with your team.
Yeah. Overall, I think for Canada moving forward, get that 2-0 victory right here, and especially if they do it in a similar fashion, right? This is what we talked about, the kind of so far for the actual rankings between these teams, right? Obviously, we got Team USA looking like that #1 seed. Canada are looking to make that final push to claim that 2nd seed, while Mexico's obviously trying to catch up to them. If Team Canada can look a little bit more dominant versus a team like Costa Rica today, that must bode well for them moving forward, especially to lock down that 2nd seed, right?
Yeah, and they're also showing a lot of different compositions too. So very similar to USA, they're making it incredibly hard to be able to counter-strat, because they're essentially saying, look at how flexible I can be. If you push me off one composition that I start off with, I'm just as strong, if not stronger, on the composition that you force me into. And we've seen how effective Mexico can be at forcing all of the teams they run up against into playing compositions that they're not comfortable with. That's what that team preys on. That's where they find their most significant advantage. If Canada can curtail that, then in that matchup of Canada versus Mexico, things are going to be a lot more Canadian favored.
Canadian favorite indeed. Today, well, let's see if we can keep going forward. I mean, I love to see Team Canada do good, Moxie. I think you're in a similar boat where we obviously want to see most teams in the World Cup have a good performance. And for Team Canada's side versus USA, it was rough, right? But coming in today in the rest of the matches, they should have an easier bracket or an easier round robin stage to go now that they've gotten their hardest match out of the way.
Yeah, they've done, honestly, in this first map, what they needed to do, which is show us that they were not unsettled by that match against USA, that they would not be split nor separated. They needed to show us a united front, and that has been what they have shown so far. So Canada definitely performing in a way that's going to continue to give confidence in this roster moving forward through the rest of the stages of the conference.
Well, for Team Canada's side, we'll have to wait and see what the next map is. It's up to the team to choose that. And at times it looked like Udella was kind of popping off too, right, Moxie, onto that Echo, and the rest of the team was playing around. Obviously on that on the control center, it was not really possible to play that Echo. But you talked about earlier giving that chance to some of these players. We talk about behind the scenes a bit, right? That potential to pop off on heroes when you're given that space, right?
Yeah, and I love as well the fact that they just immediately swapped towards that Echo, because they understood, okay, if they're going to be running the far and they have control of that space, we have to have a way of being able to collapse onto the Mercy. And they did try. It was more just that Magic Maple was able to use that movement and keep himself very far away, because they went after Crimzo. They did what you're supposed to do, go after the Ana, bait the res, then catch onto the Mercy. But it didn't quite work out because of the fuel available for Canada. And honestly, if Costa Rica want to be able to continue in this series, they're going to have to rely on Yodello a whole lot more, given that they've decided to take his tune on Barney, where Echo as a DPS is just front and center in her role.
Yep. I mean, we saw it yesterday with Sugar Free on Team USA, or sorry, 2 days ago with Sugar Free on Team USA, who was able to find that copy and get the slam down on the back line with the Ana grenade as well. I mean, a lot of great plays can be done by Echo players on this map, like you said. And, maybe they could run it again, obviously. We don't know what this team has prepared for a map like Numbani. Only time will tell.
Yeah, I'm confident Costa Rica, like we said when we saw them yesterday, had really good synergies with their dive. I think if they have the ability to be able to group up and go after some of these targets, especially on Numbani A, where you're playing a lot closer towards the Echo in comparison to somewhere like Night Market, where when we were seeing Yodello go toe-to-toe against Seeker, a lot of the time it was literally just him and his pocket versus Seeker and his pocket, as opposed to Baru being able to show up and lend a hand.
Well, on this side, it looks like they're actually going to lock towards that Genji today, Moxie, instead of the Echo, and have that defensive backline of Brigitte Ana.
Yeah, same sort of playstyle though. Yodello's going to prey off of the targets that Baru chunks down low. He can use that kill to then get the dash reset to be able to regroup with the rest of his team, as Winter on the Ashe is just basically trying to just remove space from USA as they walk towards that point. Dynamite's lava. Gonna be pretty hard to find value given that False and the Diva has defense matrix and Calvus Ozu can cleanse them.
They walk forward towards this point. Seeker looking towards that left side in case there's any flankers. Costa Rica sitting kind of split towards first point Numbani. Instead of having that potential to drop off that main, they're instead looking to back into the halls when that dive comes through from Canada's side. Winter waiting for that to happen. See if it works out for them. It's an Ashe versus Ashe as well as the Hanzo in the game, so we're seeing a lot of comfort picks happening as well for Canada's side. having Seeker onto that Hanzo and Noxious onto that Ashe as well. A nice entry down the falls though to slow them down temporarily. Seeker looked for those shots on the left side of the Winston as well. Now they go for the dive. Seeker is dashed on by Yadella, who has that follow-up of Baru, and they've already killed Crimzo and Seeker for basically free. And now they can just walk on to Noxious, who can't go to the health pack. Great engage by Baru and Yadella. False falls as well. That's already a minute off the clock.
That's the synergy that we were talking about, right? The Genji and the Winston playing together off of those low health targets. Whoever comes in with the kill, it doesn't matter as long as you're able to confirm it. And right off of the back, Canada is seeing that the composition that they had running Hanzo alongside the Ashe is not going to be enough. They need that extra pressure from a different angle to make sure that Costa Rica cannot stay united in this synergy. Is going to be Seeker onto the Tracer, try and pull focus away.
Exactly. Perfect. And going back into these hulls, disrupt that back line. Also a fantastic grenade from Crimzo. Is the follow-up there, though, from False. He gets body blocked to the doorway, actually, but can jump away, can just phase through and use the jump button. Cal went for that flank. Found Benji, by the way. Fantastic shot from the support player of Canada. Able to find the opening pick. Seeker's there with the follow-up as well as Noxious. Yadella does trade back Noxious, but it might not be enough because Baru slept. Yellow falls, and eventually, after 2 minutes are off the clock, Canada look like they're going to take point A.
Split focus, played absolutely perfectly. Seeker just goes in, pushes Costa Rica into not being able to set up at that choke on main, pushes everyone in the backline to just continue to 180 turnaround to make sure that the Tracer isn't flanking them, as we're going to see more of the exact same. Oh, that could have been absolutely brutal with how small that space was. Somehow Costa Rica have all of their squishies survive that pulse drop.
Yadella and Winterfall, you know, kind of low there in that fight too. Bar's able to find Cal. Would like to see a bit faster healing on Costa Rica's side on the both Yadella and Winter. It's slow to reach them at the moment. Yadella sitting back with that blade, but another devastating anti-grenade from Crimzo with the nano boost over the top. Yadella's trying to counter with the nano blade, gets one, sleep dart misses from Crimzo. Make that two. Yadella trying to put this team on his back, but he just can't. He gets shut down, and Canada just have to deal with Baru at the moment. Great work from them now to keep pushing that payload forward.
Doesn't even bait out the Kitsune Rush from Canada and Respawn side, but they're still going to have it to be able to just chunk through Costa Rica's health pools when it comes to being able to send this Bob to try and contest the card. Baru's primal as well. Costa Rica now have to make a decision. Do they hold and attempt to regroup around card, or do they allow Canada the point and regroup around C where they're more defensively favored?
Yadella finds Cal. I mean, this guy has been insane for Costa Rica at the moment, giving them some sort of life. Bob comes down, a burn eventually onto Winter. Baru's found Crimzo though, so they are up in this fight. Baru has to use that primal rage to exist on the inside angle as well. Noxious gets dove on by Yadella, but he finds him again solo basically. Has no support because Baru slept from Crimzo earlier. False just continues to go forward with his own primal rage and eventually will chase down Yadella because the zap of the Winston is too hard of a counter. Genji on the inside angle now. Baru's able to shut down this point for a bit. Slow down the push from Canada, but a pulse bomb from Seeker to zone. Nice dodge from Baru to avoid a little more damage from him. And Anthony lands out of the Tracers, but a nice Indian again from Crimzo onto Ed and Winter, so they can't peek and help Baru for an incredibly long time here. His bubble gets shredded. The Kitsune Rush is here, and it's far too much damage from Seeker on the Tracer, who ends up getting 3 in that fight. And Canada will continue to push forward on the third now.
This is where it gets dangerous because Canada didn't have great ultimate economy compared to Costa Rica before the Kitsune Rush. But with Kitsune Rush, Cal, no. Oh,
Sitting.
no. I mean, they probably don't know about this spot, right? Someone's just going to walk right past and Cal's going to be able to two-tap them with the kunai.
Yeah, if they go to that coastal side, I mean, looks like he's going to keep holding it as well. But does get poked out. They actually check it because there was a fellow player there. I think that was Seeker on the left side. So kind of gave away his position, huh?
Yeah, Costa Rica do have that nano boost to try and sustain through, but Yadella a little bit too far away from the blade to be able to use it just yet. The Seeker has all of the opportunity to be able to land this pulse right behind the break shield.
He trying to survive with the backline of the Cal's now in. Yadella does find Noxious on the other side, so it's a 1-for-1. However, needs those heals while his support's being dove on at the back. Yadella does get Cal towards that mini side. He was trying to play hyper aggressive onto that Carico, and Costa Rica will stop Canada on this third point for now.
No Nano Blade, however. Nano was invested so that Costa Rica would be able to hold off Canada just getting aggressive and trying to force those fights into the 1v1s, splitting apart the defense's focus yet again the way we've seen on A and Straits. So it's going to be the surprise element that this Genji is going to be relying on, but he has to do it soon. Boss is going to have the primal. He could just juggle him around with the blade. Could easily, like you said, on the inside, so Yellow opts to leave that inside angle. False, ready to go for the dive now. Looking at Yellow, maybe force that dash away as well. Nice anti, connects onto False, but it's just False who has that primal rage still available. Now the blade comes through from Yellow, but the peel comes now. Though, can't survive, even with the coach gun. Noxious is chased down by Yellow. Perfect engine mechanics, but False is there with the Winston to find him. Baru did activate that primal rage earlier to not a lot of value just yet, though. He comes back for the peel onto False, who now activates his own primal rage. Baru has to go aggressive, but gets pushed on by Crimzo in the backline of Canada. Then Seeker comes back for that peel. The rally now from Benji, just to sustain, can avoid that full spawn, but he's already lost Wed, Tube, and Baru. The DPS and the Brigitte here alone. Nice flail and slam from Benji, but he's immediately countered by an anti and the dynamite from Noxious. Just Winter trying to survive on the point, set up that flank, but Noxious is well aware of it. 2K from him in that fight, crosses the Bob out as well. Anti onto Baru, who's trying to delay. Nano Genji just alive, but with no blade to be found, he is shut out by the rallying Cal. And the rest of Canada look to shut out Costa Rica and capture round with 1 minute and 21 seconds. Yeah, that primal, unfortunately, just a little bit too early. I think they used it to try to peel for Yodello when he was vulnerable after that blade had ended. But as a result, Costa Rica didn't have primal to be able to stall that point and allow them to be able to find the full regroup and gather themselves. And as a result, Canada just kept splitting that focus again and again and again. One ultimate would come through from Costa Rica, something like the rally, but all of their other players would be nowhere near the Prig's AoE range, wouldn't receive the over armor, and as a result, Canada would just deal with them first and then dispatch the Prig after. You talked about earlier, Moxie, with the experience levels in this game, and you could tell, even at points, just individual POVs, you know, Noxious looking back for that Tracer who surely is going to flank there. I mean, that's hours of Overwatch played to make sure he could do that. And, you know, on the opposite, on Costa Rica side, it looks like Yellow's kind of doing the same thing. Yeah, like they are seeing it coming, right? The fact that they're able to figure out that Seeker and Cal are both trying to play that right side of spawn on C. The problem is that Canada is just playing the game better, because when you know that Seeker or Cal are around that point on C, you're still turning around and sacrificing that momentum that you have on the front line to allow Canada to have far more ground. And once you've been able to walk through the choke that is the opening of C, it becomes infinitely easier for the attackers to be able to loop around the defense. Well, now on their attacking side, Costa Rica will walk out with that Genji. Like I mentioned earlier, Baru on that Winston as well. Trying to go for that dynamite early. Noxious is trying to slow down Costa Rica temporarily, or build up some ult charge rather. Idello and Baru trying to take some high ground space as well, ready to go for that dive. Set up Winter now towards that right flank, towards the mini, but he's matched by Seeker. You can tell his health pool is already going down. That's why on that right side, Idello's also forced back on the main, and so is Costa Rica to take a lot of peels. Seeker wins that duel on the coast as well. They needed Winter to set up on that flank, but now their push is stopped as they wait for him to get back from spawn. Yeah, because now Crimson gets to regroup with the team and wait for the Genji to dash in and then land the anti-nade and the sleep. Jeez, Crimzo. Nice sleep in anti-unit as well to force back Cadella, who was, you know, doing a little bit of aggressive play. He's lucky to get out with his life there, actually. Great maneuvering from him, but Anti again behind the bus. If Canada wants to go for this, they could, but it's a bit too far of an engage. Not a lot of follow-up there. 3 minutes left to go. Winter tries to go touch the point, has to recall early. A lot of Costa Rica goes incredibly low. The Anti on Baru does not help them at all. Canada now fully healthy, can decide to go even more forward, but they don't want to push past this bus until maybe they set up Seeker. It's really hard with that choke point in particular. I mean, this is down to Winter, right? He's trying, but he just keeps being spotted out by Canada. He needs to pull Crimson's focus away from not just his team, but from landing these anti-nades onto anyone from Costa Rica that challenges this high ground. Because if Fianna has utility, he's gonna hit it. But there's just no help on to Baru at the moment. He's trying to take all the space by himself now. And they're just pushed all the way back. 2 minutes and 20 seconds left now, Moxie. They need a diva. The Winston's not working. The Ash can break the bubble too quickly. Canada can just move past it. And if you have the diva, you can at least defense matrix the Ana utility, but we're just not seeing the swap come through. Bro came through early on to Yadella, but I think he dodged that actually last second.
Noxious over the top left, holding onto that Bob, ready to go. Baru jumps up high ground, force feeds the bubble again. Canada knowing that, waiting for that bubble cooldown to be gone, waiting for that dive as well for Yadella to pop in, using the coach gun early before the dash. And actually, Yadella gets that kill, but the Brig flail and Noxious is there to take down Yadella, even with that nano boost now false. And Canada want to go aggressive towards that bust side, force them back. Seeker goes incredible, Winter goes really low, but now they push forward. Yep. Also going to look towards Baru, who's trying to desperately live towards the right side. Bubbled off from his team, so he can't get any healing there as well. In Canada, they're in the driver's seat to the fullest degree at the moment. They're going all the way towards Costa Rica's spawn, but the internet stops them for now.
They had one good fight for Costa Rica, and that was the Nano Blade, and there could just be no follow-up because Noxious, he coach guns the blade, but the more impactful play is he sends the bobbin, so no one from Costa Rica can play off of the distraction that the Nano Blade is creating. Because now we're going to see the Diva swap, but Canada, they're just going to intercept the stragglers.
Oh, they're going for the rally play. Crimzo called for Cal to go do something aggressive on the low ground. Costa Rica's not aware of this. They're like, why is there a rallying Brig in my back line at the moment who came from under me? Crimzo as well is here looking for the nade, and he hit it on Benji. And the ranks of Costa Rica falls with 50 seconds left. I mean, what plays you got for us, Canada? What are we going to see next?
Dominant fashion. It needed to be dominant fashion. It absolutely is. Seeker, we are at your mercy. Where are we going on this magical mystery tour of Nambani? We're going to go right over that high ground. Oh, no.
Nope, back into the spawn door as he goes. Cal gets picked, though, by Baru. Costa Rica on that engage. The Diva, like you mentioned, it's working out for Costa Rica at the moment. Seeker trying to trade up here. Even if they die here, they'll have those spawns to recontest. Crimzo goes down, but not have to kill Webtube. False also kills Yadello. Doesn't have that primal yet, though. Nobody's capping, right? 13 seconds left here. Winter's the one that is going to be able to touch or Baru. Meanwhile, Tracer 1v1 with the Brigitte. Seeker grabs that health pack as well, but the heals are there for Redtube. Seeker knowing that it has to back up. The touch did come through. Towards that point, it's just Baru there alone on the point, goes incredibly low, has that pulse bomb, but Seeker comes from the coastal side to take him out of the mech during it. Surely he'll be able to find Baby Diva form. Nope, remechs immediately, not enough damage there on the inside. Yadello has found Noxious though on that Torbjorn. That's a great opening pick for them. Seeker also building towards that pulse bomb. Sleep Dart came through from Wedtube to stop False on that push. The rally from Benji to keep his team sustained. Overtime continuing as Baru is desperately trying to continue that time going. But now in Baby Diva form, he just gets jumped on by the primal raging False. And now without that tank, they don't have a lot of that point pressure. Pull spawn from Seeker, but nobody else can touch from Costa Rica's side. Canada win 2-0 for Costa Rica.
Yeah, one step forward for Costa Rica yesterday, and then unfortunately today, it did feel like 2 steps backwards towards that day 1 state. They needed that Diva swap to come through. You can have the Tracer. If the Winston is working, you need the Tracer to be able to work. You need to be able to pull that on as focus. If the Ana is allowed to just continue hitting those utilities and anti-nades, not even defensively, but aggressively, then you need the Diva to be able to deny that utility hitting and actually set your team in motion. Otherwise, you're just going to be trapped on that first floor corner.
Well, let's bring Ash back to kind of just cover everything. Welcome back, Ash. It's good to see you again after that matchup between Costa Rica and Canada.
My team. I mean, it was rough up against Team USA, right? But of course, they come back and they show that they rested up and it didn't shake them like you guys were talking about. And overall, just the synergy was really nice. It seems like Team Canada finally did find that footing in that kind of situation. And for Costa Rica, I mean, Moxie, my question is, we did see a bit of rigidity within those team compositions. We're not really looking to flex around, and it seemed like that was the downfall as well.
Yeah, again, like you get so much into your head of this is what we need to work for. This is our 1 win condition, even when some of those neutral fights are just not working. You're still like, no, we're going to have the Nanoblade coming up. The problem is that it just took so long for that Nanoblade to come through because the rest of the team, when those dives are occurring, can't help out. It's only really Yodello on that Genji who can follow up onto Barry when he's with the Winston, and if they get picked immediately because of the utility landing from Crimzo, disabling any help from the rest of the team, even if they make it back, it takes too long to build that win condition up.
And then on top of that, we also saw a lot of flexibility coming out from Seeker, especially on Lijiang Tower. He swapped around like 4 or 5 heroes total there, Dustin.
Yeah, there was a lot of swaps coming through for, you know, Team USA or Team Canada side. Sorry, confusing them with the other dominant team in this group, huh? They really, honestly, just overall have that overall team communication, and it's just a good team, right? Team Canada's a great team, and they know, you know, obviously, like you mentioned yesterday, you're still recovering from Team Canada's loss, but I'm sure Team Canada knows that even with all the banter via social media and stuff like that, I talked to Cal yesterday, one of the players for Team Canada. He came to my Twitch chat. He was talking about how, you know, I was like, hey man, how you doing after all that, you know, Twitter drama and stuff, people mentioning how, you know, Team Canada got rolled and smoked by Team USA. But he said he knows, like, obviously, you know, via scrims, a lot of these teams practice against each other. They know that Team USA is a good team, so there's not a lot of like ego there when really you scrim Team USA a lot. And I'm sure Team USA are doing well against Team Canada in scrims even.
It's really nice to see that that didn't hurt them too hard and that they're able to kind of just like take that in stride in that kind of sense overall. But now we have to consider the overall standings here, Moxie, within the Americas Group A, considering the fact that, okay, with this win, Canada, they equalize and are able to find that 1-1, I believe, against Puerto Rico, who is currently sitting at that 1-1 right now as well. So opportunity to start slowly climbing up, a little bit different considering they did have the day off yesterday, but making those moves.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're gonna keep saying it. None of these teams are taking day off Flash. All of these teams are going to go up against each other in these groups. They are watching those VODs like an absolute hawk so that they can figure out if like they took a loss, where they took a loss, why they took a loss, where they can make some of those changes and improvements, and if they're going up against teams in the future, how they're going to be able to take advantage. And talking about teams that they're going up against in the future, Canada versus Mexico, I think, is the ability to become a real barn burner. I still think Canada is going to be able to take it purely because, like we said, it needed to be a dominant win here, and we saw a much more dominant win here from Canada than we did from Mexico in that game earlier.
He definitely did. And of course, when I said day off, I meant more so day off from the actual official matches. But
how did Astro get? He didn't even play. How did Astro get MVP? What the heck? Oh my God, we have an MVP on the. He did a great job handing them water bottles. That's what he did.
Yeah, you know, water bottles, some cushions, a couple of those like hand warmers as well.
I bet
he's cheering on in the background.
Yeah, I bet he's a perfect bench player.
Maybe he can talk to Super and get a couple of tips.
Oh, come on. Come on, guys. Okay, well, we're just going to move on from that team MVP screen, though. Overall, I mean, considering the fact that that didn't quite work out, I want to ask Dustin and then Moxie, you to follow up afterwards, who your MVPs would have been here within this matchup.
You know, it's tough to say. It's probably Crimzo. I think for a lot of people, Crimzo has been a mainstay. Obviously, people talk about Seeker. I'll talk about Seeker a lot too. Like, he's a really good hit scan player. He's had to flex a bit more, having Noxious in the lineup too, really kind of deciding who that Tracer player is. In False, a great player too. Cal, I mean, Canada's a really good team, but I think Crimzo really kind of stands above most of them, except maybe Seeker at the moment. I think he's just a fantastic Ana player. I've competed against him a lot. He's just so good.
I mean, I'm going to say Noxious. Honestly, like, you would expect that I would go Crimzo. Yes, I'm a support main. Yes, I love playing Ana, and those anti-needs and sleeps were pixel perfect. But honestly, there was one condition for Costa Rica's attack, and it hinged on the Nano Blade, and it was Noxious who was able to disengage that and make sure that it did not allow Costa Rica to pick up momentum and take A, both with the coach gun and then with the Bob coming through to peel the effect.
Well, I love all the shoutouts that we're given here over towards Team Canada, but we actually have an interview pending from Crimzo, so we're going to swing to a quick break. Just take a breather, everybody at home. We'll be back soon. Welcome back, everybody. We have got Crimzo on the line here from Team Canada and the Vancouver Titans in Overwatch League. Crimzo, GG's on this matchup. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. It was a pretty decisive 2-0, so I'm happy about that.
I'd love to hear it. And overall, I was just curious about how it was, I guess, transitioning into Team Canada. I know that you've represented Canada before. You're currently playing within the Overwatch League under a Canadian banner as well. But there's a lot of personalities coming in across this roster from a variety of different OWL and Contenders teams. How has that affected communication for you guys and how you've kind of transitioned throughout the event?
I think it's pretty different from Titans and OWL, which it's kind of it's just gonna happen because we're just a bunch of new players coming together and stuff like that. But I think that for the team, I think we have a lot of players who want to prove themselves and have that hunger and desire to win and a lot of passion. So for me, I mostly kind of just make sure that we're staying on track, and just staying focused on my own role, and everybody is really good about communicating and stuff. So
nice, love to hear. And speaking of your own role as well, one specific question actually about the anti-nade change that happened a patch ago. Have you found that it has affected your Ana play style or whatnot?
Well, personally, I think it kind of sucks as an Ana player. It hasn't really changed too much. It's just the fact that you're a little bit weaker now, but it is what it is.
And speaking of your Ana as well, you are one of the longest standing Anas within the Overwatch esports scene, one of the top ones, if not the best. So how have you kind of just maintained this performance with such longevity?
I don't know. I've been playing the game for a long time, and I think Ana is such a complete hero that even though I have years and years of experience on it, I think I can always find a way to kind of have fun and keep it fresh. So I think that's probably one of my strongest things about getting to play Ana. But yeah, just kind of just enjoy the game, enjoy the hero, and just having fun.
Awesome. And another question that I have for you just talks a bit more about the Americas region and this group in general being Group A. How are you feeling about how the rest of the group is kind of shaping out right now? Do you have any predictions as far as who might be in that top three?
Definitely seems like Mexico is probably a team to be careful of. I think that they have some players there that can play really well. I think most likely, in my opinion, they're probably going to be the third team to come out of the region. I think we'll beat them pretty handedly, but they are a very strong team, and I think we'll definitely see them qualify.
And knowing that we are anticipating Team Canada to be one of the top teams to actually make it all the way to that land there, within the rest of the regions of the Overwatch World Cup right now, what teams do you specifically have your eye on, whether it's you specifically or Team Canada as a whole that you're looking to play up against?
We've been scrimming a couple of the World Cup teams before the matches started. And I'd say that Denmark is really strong. I think UK is pretty strong. There's actually a lot of really good teams out there, and honestly, I don't really care to face any specific one. I just it's just World Cup is so much fun, and I just enjoy getting to represent my country and take part in all this.
No, it's really awesome that you're able to come back again, represent Team Canada after a long hiatus that we've had for the Overwatch World Cup. But before you do go, I want to give you the platform to give any shout outs or thank yous to anybody at home who might be watching.
I don't got much to say. Just thank you guys for watching. Thank you for supporting us. We're trying our best, and yeah, hope you guys stick around.
Awesome. Thank you so much for your time and taking the time to do this. I said opportunity because it's been a long 3 days for me. My brain cells are definitely melting at the moment, but big thank you to you for taking the time to do this interview. I really appreciate it there, Crimzo.
Yep, thanks.
Well, GG's and good luck to the rest of Team Canada going forward into the Overwatch World Cup. But we've also got to say hello once again to the casters that we've had on the desk. Dustin, Moxie, I got to get your thoughts on that interview just really briefly. Dustin, kick us off.
Oh yeah, I mean, Crimso's a really great competitor. I feel like he's, truly been one of the top ANAs for so long. A lot of people consider him one of the best Western flex sports of all time, if not the best. It truly is a standout player overall, and it's always awesome hearing from him. He's always a pleasure to talk to.
He's always very humble too, like incredibly humble, incredibly chill. Also super happy that I'm not the only anime who absolutely detests the anti-nade change. I get why it happened, but please don't make me rely on my team to peel and quick play.
Yeah. Anna's such a fun hero, man. It is one of the most fun heroes in the game, and that's why, obviously Crimson mentioned it. It is unfortunate. Anti-nade is incredibly strong, though. You're right, Moxie.
Yeah, like it does make sense when you look at it. But I mean, Suzu's there, defense matrix is there. Hopefully, lessons that some of the teams participating today are going to have a little bit of a better understanding going forward. That you really do need when an Ana is hitting those utilities to swap the composition up pretty quickly, or just kill the Ana.
Or just kill the Ana. Just poke into that back line, try to take them down. Because if you don't have supports, you very rarely have a team at the end of the day if they're not keeping you up and alive. But I also want to take a look over towards the match results from today overall. We'll talk about that as soon as this graphic does come up, but we can still chat while we're waiting for that to happen. Dustin, how are you feeling about how Group B has shaped out since we just saw Group A?
I think Group A is shaping out to be pretty good at the moment. It seems like Brazil and Colombia are those two top teams, obviously with the likes of Peru and Chile kind of coming through. We could always see some contest towards that spot, but Colombia seems to have that firepower. And it doesn't seem like it's coming alone. It's not just EQO, obviously, in that team that's been doing well. So it's really interesting to see Colombia take that second spot potentially as Brazil looks to close out as a number one.
No, absolutely. And Moxie, I just want to hear your thoughts on the earlier matches that we saw today as well, coming out from Group B in particular. I know that you guys were watching a bit from the sidelines, but as far as the score lines goes, is this what you were anticipating?
I mean, I think the surprise definitely has to be that second match, Argentina 2, Peru 1. That's a sort of big question mark for Group B, right? Because like Dustin pointed out, they already have Brazil and Colombia being two incredibly strong teams in their own right. And when you look at some of these other teams that are towards the middle of the leaderboard, the fact that they do win their matches, but it's in such a close fashion, when they go up against likes of Brazil or Colombia, you don't expect it to be incredibly close, simply with how dominant the team has been already.
All right, well, now as we're wrapping up today and just taking a look at these results, I also want to remind everyone that the World Cup home and away skin bundles are live, so you guys have got to hurry and get them in that shop on before they leave the shop, I should say, June 27th. So you guys have to check out the 3 bundles for EMEC, APAC, and Americas. Grab those home and away skins and support these teams that we saw competing all throughout week number 1. But we are going to be heading into week number 2 in just a few days overall. It'll be a goodbye from me, so it's been a big thank you for having me onto the stream. But Moxie, Dustin, I also want to grab your final words coming out from you guys.
Well, first of all, don't take off days. Use these days productively, right? We have a couple more days for some of these teams to be able to look back at the VODs and see where they could have made mistakes, where they could have maybe made a couple of different decisions. We still don't have everything sorted. We still don't really know who all of the groups are going to be, whether or not it's the team that takes that third spot in Group A or the team that takes first or second in Group B. It's all still to play for. So improvement absolutely on the board for all these teams.
100%. Moxie's right. And I think that what we saw in terms of week 1 was so much fun. I mean, we had that Team USA versus Canada matchup. We also got to see USA versus Mexico too. I mean, it's been an exciting first week. And then obviously next week, Ash, is going to be some of those banger series that you're not going to miss out on, obviously. I mean, I'm looking forward to week number 2.
So am I. I'm devastated that I'm not going to be able to be here for week 2 of the Overwatch World Cup. So again, it was a pleasure being your host throughout week 1. And of course, having you both on the desk with me as well. Got to give a big shout out also over towards Phil and Billy, as well as Gompers, who joined us throughout week 1. And of course, Liga AC Sports for being able to help us put on this amazing production here for the first week of the Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for America. So again, guys, you guys, we're going to have to say goodbye for now, but stay tuned for week 2. Should be on all around the same time here for those streams. So watch out for those.
You've got the annihilation and the sound barriers are crossing 85%. Ecuador needs to do something. It's going to have to start with this blizzard.
It's going to be a massive blizzard here. That's the start you want. If you're Brazil, though, the annihilation comes out. Nobito Tamano down. We've had one punch back from Ecuador, but it's just not with enough here. There's too much damage coming out of that Ramatra 99. Wait for Svenko to get back in and bolster the conversation. Oh, this might be difficult here for Emilio. Dalka does have the ultimate, throws it in right into the back line, does have the commanding shout, so can start to close the gap. Finds one, Ken gone down already. Eyes on the second support, and down they go. And this is a house of dominoes now tumbling for Ecuador here. So Brazil may have lost a player at the start of that, but it just did not matter.
I mean,
Persona out of the equation here, life gets a lot easier for them. So for now, both teams jockeying for position, but it's Argentina that have the point presence and get the early cap. And all focus going towards Persona here, and there's no chance they let Rodrigo get that res.
I mean, they had to disappear out of the sign there, and they give Okuda
Cavill to get this all-important Ramatra online. Out it comes, immediately finds Walter. Oracle falls to their opposite number, and that's just what Peru were waiting for. Fun stuff, but it has allowed Argentina to get themselves into a position to start to actually defend this spot. And Diego finds the first opener. Chucky's down. The EMP over the top. No chance for Argentina to generate ultimates. And Peru, with an explosion of power, put their first point on the board.
Body blocking as well to Papa Joe, building up to 85%. This is looking rough now for Puerto Rico.
Yeah, they were able to take down Hydron at least, but Hydron's one of those members of USA lacking an ultimate as we head towards that overtime. Puerto Rico do have ults of their own, but Zulix gets staggered out late. You're going to have to essentially just use Ride.
Looking for those picks favorably used by Kaluj. Still hitting those body shots onto the May of the tanky of a hero, causing Loopy to actually find Ultraviolet early, but Aspire has traded it back. Hydron also gets the charge onto Papa Joe. Immortality though couldn't even save him. Aspire just over the top is just absolutely pounding into Puerto Rico's side.
Really going to be able to break out of spawn as Ultraviolet. Do you think that they're going to come on that way? He's looking for the boom. No!
Oh my god. No! Oh, that did not just work. Oh my god. Talisman, goodbye. Ultraviolet hits the boop off the map. 1 minute enabled, no healing either. We'll see who comes out on top. Both fire strikes hit, charge into each other. Back and forth. Hydrant down. Almost loses that armor. Papa Joe, though, has to run away. And Hydrant comes out on top. The rest of Puerto Rico now looks to try to maybe come back after losing. To the Brigitte up on the high ground, and the rest of Mexico peeling. It's hard to do much as well as Bob towards that point. The beat comes out too late to save Richie. Eridas also falls to On Hell over the top with Dynamite, who also then switches to Bendet. Now able to kill Marleo as well, and they're already up to 80% last fight territory now.
As that payload nears checkpoint B, and he's just sitting on the Dragon Strike, waiting for them to move forward.
Mexico kind of just letting them back into this. Benzi gets poked out and dies yet again. Another blizzard here in this fight gives On Hell that 2K. Now they look forward to continue pushing this card, and so far they've not been stopped by Guatemala. They move aside though. Canada is going towards the point, rotating around that central point. Seeker on that bastion. Great work from him to set up towards the back end. Lucio still here, has that poop as well. Falls with the slam. Seeker with the follow-up, and perfect execution from Canada as they baited Costa Rica towards that point with the TP play, and that's a fast team wipe before the point has even unlocked.
Concussive from Bastion.
Another devastating anti-grenade from Crimzo with the nano boost over the top. Yadello's trying to counter with the nano play, gets one. Sleep Dart misses from Crimzo. Make that two. Yadello trying to put this team on his back, but he just can't. He gets shut down, and Canada just have to deal with Baru at the moment.
You've got